Hey, it's Jacob Wheeler, and you are listening to Jigs and Bigs.
Bobby Roast Beef here with Jigs and Bigs, and this week, guys, we've got a jam-packed show for you on deck. It is officially March. Things are beginning to thaw. It's starting to get real life here, but we're getting closer and closer to open water, and we're very excited. We've got some new additions in the Jigs and Bigs-ish kind of family. We got to give some huge congratulatory mentions to a couple of them. We're also talking about water temps in Just the Tip, and specifically temp trends. I mean, are there actually like magic numbers we need to be paying attention to, or are we messing that whole thing up? And this week, man, we've got a killer interview with the one and only Speed Chase BroNeck. You know him. He is the fishiest rapper in the game, and he's spitting more fire bars than lunkers would be spitting my jig when it's derb time. It is not a good thing. Anyway, we've got lots of great stuff going on, tons of stuff in the Live Well segment. You guys are going to go and make sure to get something delicious and enjoy this fine program we have led up. Let's get this show started.
I'm just trying to do too goddamn much. That's what I'm doing. That's the problem. I'm trying to do too goddamn much.
Oh, man. Juggling all kinds of stuff, man. It's just a fucking mess. Anyway, we have one hell of a show, and I hope you guys are fucking ready, man. It is welcome. It's coming like a lion, this show. It's the first show recording of the month of March, which means that on the calendar, spring is getting so close you can smell it. But
smell it.
It's been a rough road to get there. We still have good amounts of ice in a lot of places. A lot of snow melt is changing. But before we get any further into this, guys, I want to go ahead and just mention, if you're listening to Jigs and Bigs for the first time, there's a couple of things. First, welcome to Jigs and Bigs. Of course, we are a weekly fishing entertainment podcast here for you. We offer fishing, tips and tactics whenever we're able to, but really we want to keep the conversation going and keep the community growing is ultimately what it's about. We do have some merch to talk about. A brand new shirt drop actually happened just this week, and we'll talk about that later. That's over at jigsandbigs.com. You can check out our merch over there. We also, as the show goes on, you're going to hear us mention some fine folks as we're recording this, and they're not here in the room with us while we're recording. No, those are our jig heads. It's our Patreon following. These are the folks that absolutely really love what we do, that they so much that they want to be a part of the live streamed private recording session and chime in and give some feedback while it's going on, and we love them for it. Of course, we're on social media. Myself, Bobby Roast Beef, and Joe Brown, American Vet Fishing. We've got YouTube channels, Jigs and Bigs and AVF, American Vet Fishing, respectively. Go and check those out. We're also on Instagram. We're on Facebook, all kinds of stuff. Make sure to find us, reach out, because this show is all about community. You can definitely, if you're enjoying the podcast, make sure to follow us on your preferred podcast platform, because we're everywhere. But don't forget that ratings and reviews help us out a ton. And if you want to engage with the show at all, if you want to maybe just reach out to us and ask us a question for one of our segments, maybe you have someone that you want to submit, you want a grievance to air in our FTG segment, or you want to, just kind of, give us some feedback maybe, or submit a topic for the Live Well, you can give us a call. We have a hotline. The phone number is 413-324-8519. You can call us there and leave us a message. We'll use that audio for the show, or you can feel free to text that number as well. I recommend you put it in your phone. Trust me, if you get into listening to Jigs and Bigs, you're going to want to be part of the conversation as well. 413-324-8519. Now, back to today's show. Joe, how'd that snow treat you, bud?
I'm so sick of it, dude.
Dude, I hate it.
So sick of it, man.
I hate it. Oh, we recorded last week's show, and we didn't get as hammered. Like I was recently in Rhode Island. They got hammered. Like, what were your totals?
Yes. I want to say probably around 12. Probably around 12 here.
Oh, really? You got significantly more than we did. No shit.
Yes, I got like when I went to work, I had much more than like the western part of the state.
No kidding. Like,
yeah,
it was kind of weird because like I think for most of the day, like that next morning, Monday morning, we were like, we got like 3 inches. It wasn't bad at all. And then I think we put on another 3 throughout the day. But dude, it was fucking brutal.
Yeah, it was. It sucked. And then like I grabbed my snowblower, and my snowblower has like tank tracks on it versus wheels, and each track has 3 sprockets on it to run it, and I fucking shattered the main one. Really? I don't even know how, dude. So, so I had no drive on the left side. So things just wants to just do circles because one track is working. And I look, it's the part, that one thing is back ordered everywhere. So I was like, just my luck. And so thank God, Dan Griffin came to the rescue and came and plowed my driveway. But
you got plowed by Dan Griffin. That's good.
Got plowed by Dan Griffin.
Good job, Dan.
And,
You're doing God's work, Dan.
Yep. So, yeah, dude, I'm over it. I got to pull the boat out. I have to pull the boat out this week or next week. And, dude, I don't even have anywhere to put it. So I'm going to sneak it into a warehouse at work. And, they can get mad at me. I'm about to retire. I'm fucking untouchable. So
it's kind of badass though when you think about it, man. That's fucking awesome.
Yeah, dude. We have a warehouse for our equipment right across from our building. And then so I go to the kid, I go, hey, how's the building 77 bay look? Like he goes, it's good. I go, is it good enough to put something in there? He's like, yeah. I've been putting the trucks in there and working on. I'm like,
leave the
is
trucks
it good
out
enough to put a boat in there? He's like, and he's a fisherman. He's like, yep. I was like, all right.
There you go, man. There you go. Oh,
yep. So that's where I'm gonna work on it. Shit, dude. I there's so much snow and shit in my driveway. I can we have my truck, Meg's car, and my kid's car, and that is just those 3 vehicles. It's a fucking mess because there's so much snow piled everywhere.
The management,
no fucking way.
Juggling cars with a driveway and like it's like the more cars that you can park in your driveway, like if you have a longer driveway, the more headache it is. It's insane.
Yep.
You know,
yep. And like my kid usually parks on the top of the driveway because it's like a hill that goes up, it flattens, and a hill that goes down. He parks up there. There's a spot up at the top, but that's all just snow. So he can't even go into his spot. So it's a fucking mess, bro.
It's the melt is like it's happening pretty quick. Like we went like it
is.
But by the end, I guess like a week ago, we had our backyard was just like mud. Like, I'm not saying all the snow was gone, but where it was gone, it was just mud. Like the melt, it was ridiculous.
Yeah.
Now, now it's starting to come back. And I'm like, oh, great, mud. Awesome.
Yeah.
Dogs are coming. Yeah, I got to wipe all their feet off and shit before I bring them in the house. I'm like, you fucking jerks.
Yep. And all the dog shit. You're like,
yeah. I'm like, you motherfuckers.
Oh, it's funny because my dogs they're trained pretty well to like go up in the woods in the front of the house and shit.
That's
but
awesome.
Like this winter, they just been like, I'm not fucking going.
Yeah, like it's too cold. I'm gonna drop a steamer here. That's your problem.
Right here in the front yard. Yeah. So yeah, man. Because I mean, we have no bare patches anywhere. And I mean, we still have at least a foot of snow everywhere on the yard and the property.
This week, but as long as we don't get any heavy snow, I have a feeling you're gonna be good. It'll be gone
today and tomorrow. Today and tomorrow is supposed to be cold, and then it's supposed to get up to I think like 50s and 60s through the rest of the week.
And rain.
That's
going to help. That's big, man. We get some rain. So I'd actually like your advice, Joe, because you've been a boat owner longer than I have.
Yep.
So my boat is covered. Everything's cool. I got a bunch of snow on it. I'm debating, do I get to take like one of those foam like snow removers for your car and scrape all of that snow off of my cover, or do I just let the rain fucking wash it off and leave it?
I guess it would depend. Like how much is on there?
It's probably about 4 or 5 inches.
I would take it off first.
Take it off
if you could. Okay. If it's
all
not like too hard. Otherwise, I mean, if you don't plan on taking it out anytime soon, I mean, the rain and warmth are going to do it too.
They're going to. That's exactly it. My thought is this.
But The issue with that though, Bobby, is if there is some kind of fucking seal, like some, if water finds a way, it's gonna find a way.
Yeah.
So like that give more snow melt obviously is gonna give the opportunity for water to get into places you don't want it to be.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm thinking. My goal is this. I did this last year and it worked out really good. Was when the snow was pretty much off, like for the vast majority, and like you get some water that pools in there or something like that. These fucking blocks of ice were so heavy. I took the cover off and then just tried to break up that ice and toss it. But what I did was I took a day. I brought my laptop and everything, hitched up the trailer, and I went over to the mall. Because I'm lucky I'm near a mall, which has
remember that,
a nice new paved parking lot. Dark pavement. Get on that, and there's a spot where I'll have a slight incline. And I'll just aim the boat that way and just let it just drain. Just let it all melt. Everything, I'll get in there and obviously do some shit. But while I got to wait, I'll work with my laptop. I'll get some stuff done. What? Todd says, hopefully nobody steals the boat. Strategically transferring equipment to alternate location. LOL.
No one's gonna. Luckily, I don't think anyone will touch it because, like me, I'm like that old crusty master sergeant that nobody fucks with.
You're gonna end up.
So I think I'll be all right.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll have full surveillance. Slip some. Some newer recruits in the some perks to watch your stuff. You'll be good.
Yep.
He says, I've never seen a boat. Brian says, I've never seen a boat filled with more water than Joe's Deep V. That is brutal.
You're giving. I got PTSD from that one.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. I could definitely see that. Eli says,
and the best part when I traded that one in, dude, they already gave me they gave me more for that boat than I paid.
That's crazy.
And that's when I bought the Skeeter.
Yeah,
dude, they already gave me the money. I bought the Skeeter. The guy calls me like a week later. He's like, "Hey, was this boat ever like filled with water?" I was like, "Oh, I don't know. No way, man." Like he's like, "Okay," because we're seeing some signs that it may have been. I was like, I don't know. Like you already gave me the money, so
yeah, exactly,
off, bro.
Yeah, what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
Oh, Eli says this 60 degrees back to 30 degrees is wild. Leads me to another live wall question, but I'll save it for next week. We got John Carter in the house with us. Man, we got a bunch of jig heads here. John Higgins chimes in, says, Eli, you guys will be close to 80 on Saturday. I may end up your way catfishing. I am jealous. Are you seeing the posts, like folks, like from our little niche in the world starting to get out there?
Oh, yeah.
I saw Andrew Hayes posted from the water. Him and Ryan Dahl went and hit it the other day. I DM'd him. I was like, I'm not jealous at all. Not jealous at all. Go get them, boys.
Dude, Tennessee, it's going to be in the 70s while I'm there. I'm so excited.
Yep. Very good.
Which is good because that water temp needs to come. The current water temp down there is like 47, and I need it to. If it's like mid 50s when I get there, it's going to be game on. It's going to be a sick classic, and it's going to be game on.
It'll be good for everybody. Hell yeah, man! I am so jealous, dude. I am super fucking jealous. So, how was the rest of your week as far as fishy shit? How does that go?
Oh man, it was a lot of. I mean, we chatted. It was a lot of getting everything squared away for AVF tackle, man. It was just shit coming in, shit getting organized, shit getting stock being inventoried. Dude, it was. I started to pull out some the rods that I have. I got to start relining those because that classic trip's gonna come quick. But
hell yeah.
Yeah, dude, it's crazy because it's kind of like the OGO days back in the day. Like it started like every time a package comes in, dude, it's like Christmas.
Oh yeah,
you know what I mean? Like even though the shit's gonna be going back out, but obviously like a little something here and a little something there. I kind of
definitely
put in my pocket. You know what I mean? But yeah, dude, it's awesome. That was basically it, man. Just kind of, getting the site ready, inventorying everything, turning my garage into the warehouse. And you know, in the exciting thing is like seeing stuff I've never seen before that, you know, I now have. And even just like putting reels on rods that I had to coordinate and then getting them in my hand, dude, even if it's just like in the garage, dude, I was like, oh, it's such a good feeling.
Oh, right. It's like it's such a long break and you're just done with it, man.
Yeah.
That is freaking crazy shit. That's badass. So,
it's, I mean, outside of that, it's just, you know, that's about as fishy as it's gotten, but,
it's still pretty fishy.
It's still pretty fishy, man. We're still pretty fishy. And as of 1 hour and 28 minutes ago, the site went live. So,
yeah,
we're ready. We're going.
Oh, hell yeah. I know firsthand the site was live because I made the proclamation this week that I was hoping that I was going to be the first confirmed order. And I am, which is awesome.
Yep. Yeah, you were.
Very cool.
Order number one for Bobby roast beef.
Order number one, baby. And I exactly what I was looking to do was to take the dive and pick up my first JDM reel. And so I picked up the Tatula you've got that's up there because I wanted to go Daiwa. You know, I mean, since I got my Daiwa BF70, I'm like, this I think is pretty fucking sweet, man. I was like, I've always been a slut for Shimano, but I'm like, I know Daiwa is respectable as well, so I grabbed that. So I picked up the Tatula 25. SVTW, the 100 in like the standard speed, because this is going to go on one of those new ARC rods, that one of the snipers. Yeah. Because it'll be used for a lot of the stuff that I have a lot of confidence in, like paddle tail swim baits and stuff like that. I'm almost opening up like a little miniature spectrum for moving baits within my current spectrum, which is nice. So that's going to get a whole lot of use. I'm psyched about that. You also have some of that Defiant fluorocarbon in there that I picked up as well because I'm like, let's try that. Upsized a little bit because I got this giant spool of 12 that I use pretty much on all my moving things, but I wanted to get something a little bit heavier to throw on for like glides, you know.
Right.
Keep it supple, but
100%. So what'd you think of the site so far, Bobby?
Super easy to navigate. Like, and I am one of these people that is like, I'm a moron. Like I love drop down menus and text instead of like icons everywhere and everything. Because then I got to figure this stuff out. Super easy to navigate. I found exactly what I was looking for with ease, and I'm like, oh, this is great. I was just like, I know I'm looking Daiwa. I'm just going to go by brand. Bang, found exactly what I was looking for. I was like, done deal. And I was like, I think I'm going to shop around a little bit more. I'm like, you know what? This is in my cart. I want to make sure that nobody scoops it up. I'm like, we're going to check out. We'll probably do another order later on. So that's Bobby Roast Beef's pro tip. Checking out was a piece of cake. I use Shop. I recommend people use Shop. Yeah. It's a nice way to do it. Makes it super seamless, like one click, especially if you're on a site where there's like a bait drop that's really in demand. It makes the process smoother and easier, and the tracking is amazing too. So, yeah, it's awesome. If you guys haven't gone over to avftackle.com, check it out, and you want to dabble in the JDM world, it's pretty badass. Yeah. It's obviously, it's a work in progress. It's going to progressively, improve and get better. You will see a lot of stuff that says sold out. That's just because it's either back ordered from the manufacturer, a lot of stuff's back ordered, or it's just on the way. Anything that's on there is, stuff that's on the way or we have. I'm not just putting shit up there to put it up there. Exactly.
That's just fucking more work for me. So, yeah, dude, I'm excited. I was excited to get the hags in there. Those prickly pears are cool, man. I don't know if you saw those on there, but they're pretty rad.
I'll take a look.
We got all the colors of that. The koikis look like they're already sold out. So yeah, I got some boxes to pack, but it's there's the hags. I was impressed by hags. I never really got my hands on them before. Their jigs are dope. Their jigs are cool, all tungsten. So the guys over at Hags, once the patent ran out for for Z-Man, they were right on it, dude. Right on it. And they
that's awesome.
So it's basically an $8 fucking jackhammer.
Dude. Yeah.
Like I took it out and I looked at it. It's an $8 jackhammer, man.
That's the best.
And yeah, dude, you can't beat that. Like like I'm not, Bobby, we don't give a fuck about the name if it works.
If it works.
If it works better.
Yeah.
And like that hand tied shit typically does work better. So I'm excited to throw that, the Hurricane. And then, they have, they got, check out Hag. If you guys are on there and you're not familiar with Hags, I was pretty impressed by the level of quality of their stuff.
Yeah.
As well as the price point. Like for a higher end stuff, it is a great price point.
And it's
yeah,
it's a good point that you make too, because sometimes a lot of people, they get into this, they forget like how you calculate value. You know what I mean? The price that you pay for something and the quality that you're getting out of it. You know, like those are the things you have to pay attention to. So when you look at something and you're like, oh yeah, well, this is, maybe, and actually I should mention this too. Like the economy's crazy. You know what I mean? Like prices for everything is
fucking
nuts.
Crazy.
But I'm going to tell you, like a lot of the times, like you'll see, and this is just like a side rant, like overall, like you'll see that there's what they call like shrinkflation, where like quantities will get reduced, but the price stays the same. So the consumer doesn't necessarily put 2 and 2 together right away.
Yep.
The same thing kind of happens with like different levels of quality. Like you might have something that's a little bit more top shelf considered, but the prices of everything have gone up, but those top shelf items have the room to cushion it. So they might not see as large of an increase, if any at all. And my wife noticed this doing groceries. She was like, my wife is like, how like in like the early 2000s, there was like this big buzz of like people having like notebooks of coupons and shit just to save a buck.
Sure.
That was her when we first got married. 100%. She was like,
they had TV shows about that.
That's what I'm saying. So she goes and she's like, she's into it. Right. It was only like a year ago, something like that, or maybe a little bit more. She's like, you know what? She goes, I used to be a hater when it came to like shopping at like Whole Foods, because the prices are so crazy. You get 3 bags of groceries for $450. Like, you know what I mean? She's like, it's crazy.
Right.
But she goes, in reality, she goes, if you go there now, your overall like amount that you would spend is not at all what it was beforehand. I'm like, so like, that's one way to look at it. And then sometimes it's worth spending more for quality. You know what I mean?
100%. 100%. And
like,
and that was kind of the basis of AVF. It wasn't about filling the site up with 1,000 SKUs, a million SKUs. It was about just having the quality and getting rid of the fluff.
Yep, exactly.
And the shit that you actually want, versus I'll be the first one to tell you, if you're looking for yum dingers and fucking zooms, AVF isn't your place.
Be your spot,
if you're looking for the high quality stuff, at good price, then come check us out, especially JDM domestic. Yep. I mean, I got the Fisher Dye line in there.
Yep.
I got, like I said, Hags BWA's on its way. All the BWA stuff, I have, Oliver Nye's stuff for Defiant on there. It's hand-picked stuff, like the site says, picked by actual bass fishermen. That's what it is. I mean, I got Bobby Roast Beefs helping me in the BFS section, which is weak right now, but we're working on it.
There.
So Bobby Roast Beef is my curator for the BFS stuff. And I have, I reach out to people who I know their shit and be like, hey man, like what is something, that you think I should put on there?
Yeah.
And they do the research for me and they talk to me. And, yeah, dude, it's awesome.
We got Mark B jumps in. He's one of our newest jig heads, and he chimes in. He goes, I'm on the site right now going to order more shit. Damn you guys. We appreciate you. And actually, Mark had texted me earlier this week. There's a little bit of follow-up question. And he says, if you could, at some point, ask Joe what the name was of that holster that he had mentioned like an episode or 2 back, because he was interested. And I said to him,
do you mean the one where you're going to get pegged on the regular?
And he said,
dude, I just had it on yesterday and I fucking, let me look. Go ahead. Keep going.
So, and then while we're on the topic of holsters, apparently I didn't know this, But actually, no, you'll hear this in the FTG. You'll hear this in the FTG. But we got guns to talk about. Like this show. It's been 6 years. We never really gotten to much gun talk at all. But I had a week, dude. I had a crazy week this week. Not like a ton of insane fishy shit, but definitely stuff that I've been wanting to do. So the I guess after we recorded last week's show, the next big thing was Saturday morning. My wife and I got up nice and early, and we headed on out to SSD Tactical in Ludlow. Okay. And we were there for our firearms safety course, which I think there were all but 2 seats full. Like it was crazy. And this was an amazing course. We learned a whole lot about insanity that is the Massachusetts firearm laws. We've learned a lot about, obviously the safety stuff that's required. We also were a little privy to information that I think it's like April 2nd. The laws change, and now the safety courses are going to require a written exam. So now we didn't have to do that. We just had to complete the course and then do the live fire portion. And I was talking to my wife as we were driving over to the range, and I'm like, she brought it up. She's like, I haven't shot a gun since I was like 6. And I'm like, really? So for her, it's been 40 years since she's shot a gun.
No kidding.
And I'm like, I'll bet you it's been about like 32 for me, 33.
No kidding.
And yeah, so we were both shooting Glock 19s, right? And we both we have our targets that we brought back. All 10 shots on target. All of them on target. I was like, that is because we were watching from the parking lot, from the car, and we're watching, and there's like, you could see like in the in the background of the range, you could see like where there were just like rogue shots all over the place. And I'm like, I'm glad they only brought us up 2 at a time. So we were able to go up together. And I made the artwork of last week's episode, a little photoshopped like couples shooting at targets together, her and I. But, dude, she had such a good time. And like, the course was awesome. The staff there is fantastic. I can't say enough about it. That was good. I had questions about my specific situation and what I'm going to be able to do for as far as my LTC. We made the determination that my wife is not even going to get an LTC. She's going to get an FID because she's a problematic drunk. No, she does have a DUI on her record, which means that she will not be able to get her license to carry. But she can get, the other thing is and at first she was like, I probably shouldn't even take the course. Like, why should I bother? And I'm like, come and take the course. It'll be good for you to learn anyway, regardless. Yep. Like, we'll figure it out. And then as we're, going through some of the discussion of like laws and everything, she would barely be able to carry anywhere. Because she is a school nurse and she works in hospitals, and pretty much everywhere she works has like a no firearms policy. So she can't even, she couldn't even keep her sidearm in her car and she's had coworkers before that have been like, they've had to leave and come back to work because they had their gun in their car. And she's like, she's like, I guess it doesn't really matter. So we're going to get her. I think you coined it best, Joe, when I told you about this. You were like, get her an old
Shotty got John Gotti.
So we're going to get her a shotgun for home defense. But
Remington 500, man.
Dude,
can't go wrong with a Remington 500.
That and like Mossbergs. I'm a Mossberg slut.
Mossberg 870 is a nice gun too, man.
But
one of those, dude. They're low priced and guess what? They're
very
gonna
affordable.
Put a big old fucking hole in somebody if you need them to.
And that's the thing. But now it's funny, dude. The talk that this woman, the way she is running her mouth now is amazing. Because I kind of love it. She's like, I don't know, maybe I'll get into hunting. And I was like, yes. I was like, Joe and I were just talking about going out and doing some duck hunting. She's like, I don't want to hunt for ducks. And I was like, okay, quail, awesome. I'm going to be getting a lab, man. This is awesome. She's like, no. She's like, I'm going to go deer hunting. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. She's like, no, I'm going to go moose and elk hunting. And I'm like, do you have any idea the level of effort it takes to complete a hunt successfully? And she's like, what do you mean? I'm like, it's not like you just go in the woods and blast, a beast and you're good. I was like, I sent her about a half dozen different YouTube videos on field dressing. I was like, oh, and you have to lug this back to your vehicle. Like, I'm like, so yeah, maybe you want to bring a sled, like that. And but you still have to do it, So I think she's looking at like guided hunting trips. Like, she'd go out with a side by side and shit. And I'm like, that's a little bit more your style.
It'll cost me so much money to make her happy.
But as long as it makes her happy. As long as it makes her happy.
Yep.
But who knows? Maybe I'll have a bunch of elk in the freezer and I will have to lift not a single finger to do it. That'll probably never happen. But so she's excited. That's good. What
that's
are you
good. Say? Bring up this thing I brought up. This
this is the one.
That's it right there. The VersaCarry.
VersaCarry, zero bulk inside waistband holster, minimalist fit for 4-inch 9mm barrels. No shit, and it's fucking cheap.
Yep,
that's
quite all I use. Dude.
That's quite the peg. Okay, how difficult is it to pop it back into the right spot, or do you find you're like sliding the barrel of the gun in, like until you get it to click just right?
No, so it if you're the way it clips in, dude, the whole holster like my gun never comes off that holster. Like it just stays. The holster and the gun come off at once, and then I just put it in the safe like that, and then I just when it's time to put it back on, I just clip it back on.
Oh, I gotcha.
Yeah. That you keep that on it at all times.
Oh, all right. That's pretty fucking cool, man. All right, that's good to know. Oh, I could fucking get it. So there you go, Mark. Eli.
VersaCarry.
Fucking Eli. God damn it, Eli. He says 4 inches, Joe. God damn it. Oh, man. So, yeah, what else did I do this last week that was like moderately fishy? We talked about the snow. That was pretty much, that sucked. They had 32 plus inches out east. I think when I was at Roger Williams University, I talked to the guys that hired me. They had 37. And I was like,
37 in a row?
And he was like, he didn't get it. But which is fine. Most of our listeners probably didn't get it either. But for those of you that did, for Sean the Fisherman, he gets that shit. And the other, like, I think probably the coolest thing is that I have a fishing trip on the docket right now. In fact, there was some jumping around that needed to happen. So I mentioned before about like my wife's girl math with like having this credit with some airline and it was going to expire. She wanted to do a trip. And we initially were talking about doing St. Augustine, Florida, and I was like, awesome. I'm like, that's great. I could go and I could fish with Rachel, fish with Adventure Titties. I'm like, we'll go. It'll be awesome. And the thing is that, she didn't want to fly with Eleanor, but she wanted to bring Eleanor, right? Eleanor's not our daughter. Eleanor is one of our dogs. The other dog she can either board or leave here. One of my daughters is actually just going to stay at the house and watch him, so he'll be fine. So she'll be here for that week, so that'll work out. And this is the week of April vacation. So they're going to fly out. And she was like, well, if you're going to come down and bring the boat and you're going to fish, just bring Eleanor with you. I said, that sounds perfect. We'll do that. So she made a change to her plans. And now instead of St. Augustine, instead of Florida at all, it's South Carolina, Charleston. And I'm like, okay, all right, sounds good. So I need, from the Jigs and Bigs listeners, I was looking at the map and I have some kind of ideas. But if you are familiar with that area of the country, suggest some lakes that I should hit because I'm bringing the boat. I'm going to be doing some fishing like significantly. And, I'm not going to like dedicate a significant time to one lake necessarily. I'm probably going to bounce around and just try some stuff, try and get on some fish, create some content while I'm down there. But what made it tricky was that I had an old account, this church that's reached out to me the past few years. And I've done, they do like I think it's like a spring social where they have their congregation and family members show up and we do a game show and it's a lot of fun. And they've had me the last 2 or 3 years and it's a blast. There was a conflict with the initial date that they had wanted. Oh, I have a wedding booked on the initial date. is what it was. I'm like, okay. So I have a wedding booked on that because I am booked out with like crazy weddings. And I was like, yeah, unfortunately, I'm not available. I was like, if you guys want to change the date, though, I can be flexible there. So they were like, oh, maybe we'll try this. Maybe we'll try that. And then initially they were like, well, what if we bumped it a little bit earlier? We did it in April. Like, how does the 25th look for you? And I'm like, that's my wedding anniversary, number one. And I'm like, I will be coming back from South Carolina. I'm like, so I talked to my wife and I was like, what do you think? She's like, well, you could come back anytime you want. She's like, so if you want to leave on like that Thursday or Friday and come back for Saturday and be able to do your event, she's like, you totally could do that. I'm like, all right, that could be doable. And then they reached out, and as it would turn out, that date, the 25th, didn't fly. So they're like, can we look at some Fridays? I'm like, we can, but you're going to
break little Joe Brown's heart
because we're going to have to shift the show recording. So they're like, again, this is a church event. She responded the next email. She was like,
fuck that guy.
And I was like, okay, that's fair. So we went to... we decided, so they picked a Friday that was further, in the year. That's wide open, done deal. So now I'll be there for the entire week. I'm probably going to come back. Honestly, I'm probably going to leave on that Saturday morning on that 25th. So I'll have a couple more days to be able to enjoy while I'm down there. John Hagan says, looking in the North Charleston area, close to Santee. Oh, all right, that's something to keep in mind. Yeah, I'm gonna have to tinker around. Like I'm not afraid of driving a couple hours to try out some water. So if there's, we got to do what we got to do. It's like at this point, I would probably drive 5 hours to launch the boat for 15 minutes of fishing open water to get off the water and drive back home. Like I would be okay with that. This is how desperate I am. It's bad. It's really bad. And then, of course, I want to mention I did that event. This is why we're recording now on Sunday, March the 1st. I did an event at Roger Williams University for a group of awesome college students. I got asked for an autograph while I was there, which is fucking weird, man. Like, I kind of felt cringy doing it. You know what I mean? I'm like, really? Oh, okay. But we had a good time. The staff down there is amazing. And dude, like I've done some college events. I've done a lot of different colleges, and they are oftentimes like, you'll see like they give away like for prizes. They'll do like gift cards for like local businesses. 'Cause college towns are usually very similar. Roger Williams is not like that. It's really secluded, like up near the ocean, and there's like, it doesn't strike me as being like college town vibes. So there's a lot of campus stuff, dude. You know what they did for prizes? They did the top 2 prizes. It was teams of 3. There was a small LCD television. There was a set of JBL wireless headphones, or 2 sets of JBL wireless headphones, and 3 brand new iPads. I was like, holy shit, dude. Okay, that's awesome. So normally it's like, hey, here's a gift card for the team. Have fun splitting it up. But here they're like, oh yeah, would you settle for an iPad? I'm like, holy shit, that's awesome. Roger Williams University is also one hell of a school, so I feel like that budget allows them to do some shit. But I'm like, holy shit, you guys got it made. But it was great. It was awesome. I had a great time.
Hell yeah.
And then we should mention this. So on the ride down and on the ride back, I was texting back and forth with good friend of the show, the Wolf of Walmart, the one and only Dave Urkey. And, I said we had a couple of congratulatory things that we had to mention. Obviously, Joe, AVF Tackle is one of those. That's a big one. That's huge. In the Jigs and Bigs-averse, it's a mainstay now. And the other one is the fact that, yes, the littlest Urkey has arrived officially.
Yes.
Congratulations. Yes. So I got Madam Urkey is an absolute champ, not without any challenge along the way, but bouncing baby boy, happy, healthy. I did have a conversation with Dave on the drive down. Most of our conversation was like, look, Dave, I understand that you're getting a lot of pressure from a lot of people for a lot of things about this. You know what I'm saying? I would consider it acceptable if you wanted to use the name roast beef as a middle name, and it's okay. You know what I'm saying? So it's pretty badass. And congrats to the Urkey house, and he's gonna have his hands full, very full, and Avery is in full on big sister mode, like loving the good life as big sister right there. So pretty cool. Pretty cool. Oh, good stuff, man. Let's see. What else do we have to go over here? I think in this. Oh, I should mention before we get into headlines. One of the things that was kind of fun, but I was a little bit on the drive back from Rhode Island. Had a conversation with one of my good friends, old ChatGPT.
Okay.
And I was asking some questions about some like parody logo. I guess traps that I could fall for, like what I can actually technically get away with. And I came up with a couple of designs. And yeah, so we're going to have some new merch over at jigsandbigs.com for you to check out. We have a new shirt design, and I'm going to, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to show you guys on camera, but I wanted to make a handful of designs for different like iconic shirts that that people have been that have made an impact, like as I was growing up and all that, kind of like have some fun. But so this is the first one that's dropped right now, and I'm calling this the iconic horror punk logo, and here it is. So we have this shirt right here. Yeah. Badass. If you're a Misfits fan, you will appreciate that. That's kind of what that's all about. So go ahead, check that out. That's there. There's a couple more. We have one that's a little bit more like jam band inspired, and then one specifically that is a riff on an iconic metal band T-shirt from when I was in like grade school. Awesome. It's awesome. It's very, very
awesome,
good.
Dude.
So yeah, we got some good shit lined up. But so Joe, you mentioned that we do have a headline here, and you mentioned it was a local one.
Yep.
Let's go ahead and we'll do it.
All right, let's see what we got here, Bobby, because a Massachusetts group launches campaign to end trout stalking. A Western Massachusetts environmental organization is challenging one of the most established fisheries management practices in the Bay State, stalking trout. The Pittsfield-based Berkshire Environmental Action Team, or BEAT, has launched a campaign called Stop Non-Native Fish Stalking, calling on the state to phase out its routine stalking of hatchery-raised trout. At the center of the debate is Mass Wildlife, the state agency responsible for managing fisheries and wildlife resources. According to the agency, it operates 5 hatcheries and releases roughly 500,000 trout annually into rivers, lakes, streams, and ponds across Massachusetts. BEAT argues that nearly all those fish are non-native species stocked primarily to support recreational angling rather than to restore native ecosystems. Fish are obviously part of the entire food chain, said Chelsea Simmons, BEAT's stewardship director, in comments to on WAMC Public Radio. They are fed on by birds and other wildlife like mammals. They also contribute to aquatic ecosystem. They're eating macrovertebrates. They're interacting with zooplankton, phytoplankton, and all of these things. Simmons emphasized that trout are also culturally significant in Berkshire County, which is known for its cold water streams and active angling community. Still, BEAT contends that introducing hatchery-raised non-native trout into those systems can disrupt aquatic ecosystems. The group points to research indicating that stock trout may compete with native species for food and habitat, alter aquatic food webs, and add stress to waters already impacted by warming temperatures. One focal point of the campaign is the status of the eastern brook trout, the only trout species native to Massachusetts. Mm-hmm. Brook trout populations across the eastern United States have experienced long-term declines, largely due to habitat loss, warming waters, and fragmentation. Simmons argues that continued stocking of non-native species, particularly the brown trout and European import widely stocked across America, may further pressure native brook trout populations in some waters. Mass Wildlife routinely stocks brown trout with the aggressive non-native species that can honestly be kind of can be kind of like invasive, Simmons said. Mass Wildlife Hatchery System raises trout in controlled environments before release. Simmons likened the process to factory farming, noting that the fish are reared indoors, fed manufactured pellets, and later introduced into natural waters. She also criticized hatchery operations more broadly, claiming they contribute greenhouse gas emissions, here we go, and discharge waste into waterways. Hatchery feed, she said, contains byproducts such as blood meal, poultry meal, and feather meal, and may include antibiotics. Another key argument from Beat centers on post-stocking survival rates. The mortality rate of stocked fish is astronomical, Simmons told WAMC. Even Mass Wildlife itself stated that most stocked fish die very shortly after they release them because they're just not equipped with being in these natural environments. She cited studies suggesting die-offs ranging from 67 to more than 90% within weeks to months of release, noting that pellet-fed fish may struggle to adapt to natural forage. Mass Wildlife offers a different perspective on post-stocking mortality. According to the agency, many stocked trout fall prey to natural predators such as bald eagles and river otters, which are part of the functioning ecosystem rather than evidence of program failure. So now let's listen to the state's response. In a statement to WAMC, Mass Wildlife defended its stocking program as both popular and beneficial. The agency said trout stocking expands recreational fishing opportunities, supports nature-based economies, and contributes to food security. Mass Wildlife also emphasized that remains committed to the conservation of wild trout, focusing on habitat protection and conservation, improving water quality and quantity, and restoring connectivity. Mass Wildlife's trout stocking program is popular with hundreds of thousands of anglers statewide and a key part of our mission to expand access to recreational fishing for all anglers. Agency spokesperson Emily Stolorski said in a statement reported to Mass Live, stocking supports our shared goals of connecting people to nature, supporting nature-based economies, and addressing food security. The agency added that it remains committed to conserving wild trout through habitat protection, improving water quality and quantity, and restoring stream connectivity. So, long story short, the fucking hippies are trying to stop trout stocking in Massachusetts.
So I have mixed opinions on this one. Like,
okay,
I feel like on the one hand, like when you're stocking fish, right, you're fucking with the ecosystem that already existed. You know what I mean? And this goes back to where it very first started. I'll use an example, like the brown trout, right, is not even native to North America. It's native to Europe, you know, and it's like, so it's not even native here, but we've been stocking them for so long. We've already done some shit. We got to figure out, is it worth it to stop that? And, or is it possible that there is a population that will get, build themselves into that ecosystem as a permanent fixture? The other thing is that I'll tell you this much, man, the mortality rate of those stocked fish is infinitely higher than they think it is. Why? Because the majority of them get caught and eaten. You know what I mean? Like, that's what they're for. On the other hand, right, I guess my whole thing is that, like, fucking with stocked trout or fucking with an ecosystem by stocking fish, it invites the potential for other challenges that need to be considered. But I guess where I struggle is that it's already been happening, that these ecosystems have to a point adapted to that. You know, if they're concerned about, like, they talked about the feed, what's in there. Okay, so let's put other requirements on what they're able to feed these fish, you know, because especially like the stocking programs, especially for trout, were intended for was for a food source for the people. You know, so like if you couldn't feed your family, you know, you lost a job or something, you had a daily daily limit that you could go and catch for trout. And they're one of the easiest fish to be able to process, to be able to be a food source, you know. You don't have to you don't have to scale them, nothing. I mean, you can clean them and grill them and you're good to go. Like they can be consumable so quickly. And I just think that like I think that the possibility, and it's been this way for a while, that more and more people could potentially rely on that as a source of food. And let's add to that the environmental elements too. Like it is not a wise idea in the majority of Massachusetts waters to go and catch a fish that is native to that body of water, or just naturally born in that body of water. So like catching a bass or a crappie. I'll give you a perfect example, right? Congamon Jr. It's not advisable to eat anywhere. There is an Air Force base right there, and there are tons of toxic chemicals in that water. They stock it, and it's stocked as those fish are safe because they didn't grow up eating that forage, you know? So you got to, I think that there's a lot of ways you have to look at this. And I don't know that like, oh, hey, you know, this is a bad idea. Let's just pull the plug on the program. I don't think you can do that. You know?
No, it's, you know, man, here's the problem with Beat or whatever the fuck they call themselves. They had, you know, all their allegations they're throwing up are just like, oh, we think this is happening, and none of it was scientifically based. You know what I mean? So that just tells me that they're more of like the fucking PETA. They're a PETA wannabe that, you know, just is just like, ooh, I just don't want to hurt the animals or whatever. I get it. The invasive species, if you want to look at it that way. My knee-jerk reaction is fucking get fucked and keep banging on your drums and singing Kumbaya in your backyard.
And I don't think there's anything wrong with singing Kumbaya. I mean, you go ahead, you do what you got to do. But like the reality of it is that like I think that it's just not that easy to say, oh, these are the problems, get rid of it. You know what I'm saying? Like
that's it. But the problem is the problems that they are voicing are just their speculations versus scientifically backed information.
Yes. And, you know, I'll bet you that like if you had some testimonials of people that are like, that's not a good idea because, you know, my family, you know, we feed ourselves using this resource that the state provides, you know, that we pay for with our, you know, with our licenses and all this other shit.
Yep.
You know, I just feel like overall that like there's a lot of people who don't take all that into consideration and what that is for, you know.
Sure.
It's really convenient to put like an anamorphic like spin on it. Like, oh, these fish have lives and careers and families. I'm like, no, they don't. They're fucking fish. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like,
exactly, dude.
People they're not thinking with their whole brain, you know?
Yep.
I don't know, man. That's crazy.
Yep. I agree. I agree.
Yeah, I think Eli nails it right here. He says, is it people getting pissed just to get pissed? I think so. John Higgins goes, largemouth aren't native to Mass either. Why are they picking on the trout? Well, like brook trout are native. They're one of the only three fish that are native. But you're right. Like rainbows aren't native. Brown trout aren't native. Fucking tigers are hybrids. You know, like.
But the native brook trout in Massachusetts are this fucking big.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And they're only in so many waters, you know? Like, if I'm catching brooks, I really only know one body of water that I can go to and reasonably catch brook trout, you know? But like, think about that. Without those stockers and some of those like world-renowned fisheries, right? What kind of fishing pressure is that going to put on the brook trout? You know what I mean? And like granted, typically those anglers are very much like protect the resource most of the time. But then you get assholes like me that are like, hey, I'm making this, you know, a bagel spread and I want to smoke some trout. I'm going to smoke some trout. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And that is one catch and cook I've always wanted to do was stalker versus wild. Catch a brook, catch. But the challenge is catching a brook that's reasonable enough to be able to prepare.
Well, here's the other thing they didn't mention. Yeah, we have native brook trout, but guess what? They stock the shit out of non-native brook trout.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
A farm-raised brook trout.
Yeah.
So the brook trout that you're catching, most people have probably never caught a native brook trout, and they don't even know it.
Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. The natives are those ones that are going to be like little tiny pipsqueaks.
That's it, dude.
Yeah.
I have one spot I know they used to be in when I was like younger. I used to go there.
Yep.
I don't even know if they're still there, but
yeah, you got to be careful and and
they were this big, dude.
Yeah. I do. I think that there's a lot of people that freak out about like different species and stocking, patterns and things like that. But like, man, I don't know. I think you open up a lot more fucked up cans of worms by just saying, "Oh, we're gonna pull this project."
Yeah, no, it's just people. It's just people bitching to bitch because.
Yep.
I wonder if they bitched when they were trying to fucking put all the rattlesnakes on the island at Quabbin. And we're like, oh, they'll be stuck on the island. Like, hey, you fucking moron. These things
can swim. Yeah, exactly. fucking idiots. Ding dongs.
Well,
Ding dongs.
Yeah.
John Higgins chimes in. He says, if the fish aren't trashing the ecosystem, then why worry? The focus should be on the spread of snakehead and Asian carp who decimate ecosystems. And that's fair. And I think there are good things that are happening right now with look at Asian carp specifically. There are college universities that serve Asian carp as their primary fish resource because they're fished commercially. And word on the street is like when it's prepared the right way, you'd never know. It's like a fish stick.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, that's I think what they're doing. They're not going like we're frying up carp steaks. I don't think that's what's going on. I think they're making little like fish nuggets and stuff like that. But yeah, there's universities that utilize that because they're here. We got to do something about it. So harvest them and actually High Speed Chase and we talk about snakeheads and he's in the Maryland area. He's very familiar and he's like, man, they're an absolute blast. But yeah, yep. I think you gotta pick your battles. And take a look at the we're going to talk a little bit about the broad spectrum, and I'm not talking about broad spectrum cannabis. I will be later tonight, but looking at the broad spectrum of all the variables. Keep that in mind. The variables. That's a big. Today's show is brought to you by
the word variables.
It's important. It's very important.
Yep.
Speaking of stocked fish, and I'm glad you brought that up. That's a good story, Joe. But have you heard about the news that has been going around about this 45-pound muskie that was being considered for the New Jersey state record? You heard about this sucker? Yeah.
Yes.
This all went down in, and I'm going to throw the lake out there at Greenwood Lake in New York. And I say it's in New York because it's what's considered, I guess, a border water. Like the Jersey border goes right through the lake, right through it. So it's a part of it's on New Jersey, but. Now, there's a couple of things. I found out about this on Instagram. Decam Fishing. I follow Decam Fishing. He's a muskie guide from New Jersey. And he posted this thing and he was like, hey, possible New Jersey state record caught just yesterday. And he goes, before anybody gets into it, I chewed the guy out because he did not release it. And I guess he had gone a little bit further to try to streamline all this. This was caught through the ice. Apparently, it's a 45-pound muskie. This thing is obese. It is a huge fish. He has... I guess there's talk that they're not going to give him the record. There's a little bit of a controversy here, and I want to read the statement. The angler that caught it is Victorio, and he put a post out in collaboration with New Jersey Multi-Species Podcast and Muskie Academy. And I'm just going to read this here so you guys kind of get an idea here. But Vic says, I'm beyond grateful and humbled that I was given an opportunity to target and was able to catch such an amazing fish of such a caliber less than 15 minutes away from my house. I'm grateful to Craig Lemon and the entire New Jersey DEP team in charge of hatching catching, taking care of, and stocking muskies in mainland New Jersey and New Jersey border waters. It's because of their vision and hard work that this world-class muskie, walleye, and several other species that exist in New Jersey and its border waters. I have recently been made aware that there is a controversy with regard to whether this magnificent fish is going to count as a New Jersey state record due to where on the border it was caught. If I had caught a species that was native to this body of water, or if both states bordering this body of water had paid for the stocking of muskies in it, I would have never entered it into the stocking of musk. I would have never rather entered it for consideration as a New Jersey state record. However, muskellunge is not native to Greenwood Lake, and it's also not stocked by New York State. It's only stocked by the state of New Jersey. The fact that this was a fish born, raised, and then stocked by New Jersey, but caught on the New York side of a border water where muskie do not naturally occur, they're not stocked by New York, and that it is not connected to any other New York waterways from where muskie could have entered this particular body of water creates a unique situation that is possibly without precedent. It's my belief that due to the uniqueness of this situation, which is not comparable to other border water examples that were provided to me where the species used as examples were either native to a specific border water or stocked by both states, the final decision should not rest in the hands of a single individual. This matter needs to receive due process and be the result of a collaboration effort of an independent review board rather than being vetoed on and decided by a single individual. This decision requires full due process. And then DCAM chimes in this post. He says, if this doesn't count, every New Jersey angler should be outraged. The money that you paid for the New Jersey license, you paid for that fish. The lake goes off of New Jersey regulations, its seasons and limits. New Jersey resources go into the lake. New York does not spend money on Greenwood, or do they regulate it? Hence, why muskie season is closed in New York, but not for Greenwood Lake. It's a New Jersey lake. The Delaware River is a border water, but PA and New Jersey both have seasons, limits, and invest resources into it. It's comparing apples to oranges. This is a completely different situation. I'm very disappointed that the fish is dead, and I've spent countless hours cussing Victor out over it. But now that it's dead, I hope that it's not dead for nothing. That's the record. Everyone who thinks different can eat a dick. I appreciate what DCAM's saying there. Because I do think that it is just a bunch of horseshit. Like, there's nothing about that fish that connects it to New York. There's just not. It was caught on the ice, and geographically he was over on that side. But like, if his license is still accepted on that body of water, this shouldn't be a conversation anybody's having. Now, I do want to say earlier this week, somebody, I think it was Nikki D, I think it was old Canadian Koala, sent me a reel, and dude, they got 4 pounds of eggs out of that fish. It's crazy. Now, like, I understand the challenges of, like, you know, even if it were something as simple as like, oh, I've got a record, I'm on the phone with somebody from the state, they're sending somebody here. He caught that ice fishing. Like, there is no live well to put a nearly 50-pound fish in to keep it alive.
It was a tiger muskie, right?
I think it was a tiger muskie. I think it was.
Those things are fucking sterile.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, it's 100%. It was released. It was stocked by New Jersey and managed by New Jersey in that body of water, because New York doesn't stock them at all. Yeah. So it's not like it was, They do not exist in that body of water unless they are stocked there. That's crazy, man. I don't even know what to say. Like, what do you think, Joe? Where's your head go with this?
It's fucking stupid, dude. Like, it kind of, you know, we have a few bodies of water in our general location where they border 2 different states. Yep. And
I fish a bunch of them.
You know, it's kind of so it's like, the fact that it's New Jersey that stocks it. Yeah. He has a New Jersey license. It's New Jersey regulations. Doesn't matter. Like, as far as I'm concerned, there are no borders on that fucking lake.
Yeah. Like, you can't,
you know what I mean? So I don't understand. I don't understand hoopla around it, I guess.
No.
Like this seems like a very easy decision to me,
Yeah,
but they
100%.
easily made the wrong decision.
Yeah. I have to wonder if it's somebody just trying to make waves, just for the sake of like their own career or some shit like that. I don't understand how that would help or what their end game is, but like, what are you doing, man? Like this is that kind of stuff. Like new records in your state is going to get your state more attention from people who want to fish those areas. And guess what? That is great for your state's economy. It's additional income that you wouldn't have got otherwise, because some other people, they might go to Pennsylvania to go musky fish. They might go to Canada to go musky fish instead because they want to get that. And I will say, this had to have been the koala. I think he said, he was like, and that fish is
Rookie numbers.
But I'm like, again, he is in the great white north. Like this is, although he's further south right now than I am in Massachusetts, but so he was like, I don't know why people are freaking out about this. I was like, they're freaking out about this because it's New Jersey. You know what I mean? Like the only thing bigger than that muskie out of New Jersey is one of the big subs from Talercio's. That's all I'm saying. Non-spons, but Talercio's, get at me. You can pay me in sandwiches. I'm just saying. I'm a fucking piece of shit. I don't know. It's just the whole thing is kind of a mess. It's kind of a shit show. But what do you guys think? Chime in. If you're listening on Spotify, leave us a comment. I've been loving the comments over on Spotify. Let us know. If you're following us on social media, fire a DM our way. What do you think? Is it bullshit? Should New Jersey buck up and say like, hey, let's do this. Hey, Chris Christie, come get your boy. Come on. I don't even know if he's fucking doing it. I don't give a shit. Unfucking believable. All right. We got some good stuff lined up for you. We got a fire just the tip coming up, and we're talking about water temperature trends. We hear it a lot. Joe, I think I don't know if we were recording this before the show, but you'd mentioned like water temps. Oh, if that water gets to this temp, are there actually magic numbers, or is there more to it? Like, we're going to talk about water temps, and that affects all of us up here, especially as that ice starts disappearing. It can kind of dictate your day. It's going to be a good one. We'll talk water temps in just the tip. We have not one, but 2 FTGs this week. One of them that's kind of local, and then one of them that's very local and hits home significantly. Joe, you might catch a little bit of shrapnel, but I think I'm taking 2 to the chest here.
Okay.
So it's a whole thing. We're going to take
that's all FTG is for. It's for other people. There's been a lot of FTGs towards me lately. Okay.
Wait till you hear who it's from. It's going to make perfect sense. It's going to make perfect sense. I should also mention that while we're taking this break, do yourselves a favor and go over to avftackle.com. And if there's any stock left, go ahead and purchase your high-end tackle and JDM needs. If you wanted to dabble a little bit and try something new, that's a great place to go do it. So go check out avftackle.com. We will see you guys in like 5 commercial spots. We'll be back. Just the tip. Don't go too far.
Instagram teen accounts have automatic protections for what teens see and who can contact them, plus time management tools. And Instagram will continue adding built-in safety features to help create age-appropriate experiences. Learn more about teen accounts and Instagram's ongoing work to protect teens online at instagram.com/teen accounts.
Perhaps play a little game called Just the Tip. Just for a second, just to see how it feels. Or, ouch, ouch, you're on my hair.
Okay.
Alrighty, guys. For this week's Just the Tip, we need to have a talk about something that gets anglers spun out every single spring. And the topic is water temperature. Every year we hear the same thing.
Bro, it hit 50. They're shallow. Wait till it's 45. Magic number here is 48.
Let me just start and say this as clearly as possible. Bass don't carry thermometers. They're not sitting down there going, yes, it's 49.7 degrees. Gentlemen,
initiate the pre-spawn protocol.
That's not how it works. They move because of trends, not the number. Let's break it down in real terms, especially for us Northeast grinders that are just coming off of ice out or will be shortly. So the first range I want to give you guys in temperatures, the range, is what we'll refer to as survival mode. And like that's like high 30s, like 38 to low 40s, like 42. So that 38 to 42 window, when you have high 30s, low 40s, these fish are not romantic. They are not pre-spawn. They're not aggressive. They're just surviving at this point. They're grouped up. They're going to be tighter to structure. They're going to be right near their wintering holes. They're going to be along steep breaks and channel swings. The feeding window is pretty tiny. And this is what we're talking about here. This is like blade bait country. Hair jigs, Damiki rigs, tiny finessey plastics. And if you're out there just chucking a chatterbait in 40-degree water, wondering why you're not getting bit, you're fishing like it's in April, but the fish are still reacting like it's February under the water. You're triggering reactions and not feeding aggression. There's a big difference. So our next window, we'll call this the curiosity section, the curiosity mode. That you're looking at about 43 degrees up to about as high as like 47. This is where things start to get a little bit more interesting and fun. This is the phase. Fish start sliding more toward your secondary points, the first breaks that are outside of flats, channel swings that lead into spawning pockets. They're not necessarily committed, but they're definitely thinking about it. And this is jerkbait territory. So long pauses still, don't get crazy. Flat-sided cranks are going to start to shine too, as will your finesse swim baits, your finesse plastics, and even underspins. You can cover water here, but if you're burning it, you're ahead of them. For a lot of the New England fisheries, that 45-degree zone, absolute sneaky money if you approach it the right way. So that brings us up to the next section on the temperature scale. 48 degrees to 52 degrees, we'll refer to that as the commitment zone. Now we're starting to talk here. This is where things start to get even more fun. This is when the big girls start positioning with purpose. They're not on beds, but they are starting to set up. Their feeding windows are expanding to where it's noticeable. The bigger females start to stage. Your wind-blown transition banks light up at this point. Lipless crankbait? Yes, please. Spinnerbait in the wind? Yes, absolutely. Dragging a jig on chunk rock? You know it. Even your bigger swim bait or glide, now we're really in the conversation here. But here's where guys mess this up. It warms to 50 for 2 days, but then drops back to 46. And everyone says they pulled back out. No, they just repositioned. You pulled the panic cord. So if we go up to that next sort of window here, this is acceleration mode. 53 degrees up to that mid-50 point, 55. A lot of people love this number. You know, you're low to mid-50s and starting to climb, then things start to actually pick up fast. Things are really moving. Males start scouting here. Females are feeding heavy. Wind becomes your best friend for sure. Moving baits will definitely dominate here. But let's say this, a stable 52 climbing is way better than a falling 55. Trend is going to beat the number every time. So just because that water temp is hitting whatever, you kind of have to know what happened beforehand so you can make a judgment on what's going on. The real takeaway here from all this is to stop asking yourself, what temperature do they move shallow? And then start thinking about it this way and asking, is it warmer steadily and how stable has that temperature been? A slow climb from 42 to 46 degrees over a week is going to outfish that random 60-degree day after a cold snap. Bass love stability. Anglers love overreaching. So, Joe, specifically for you, this is kind of what I want you to know, and I'm going to give you a few questions here to kind of talk to jump in on. I'll lay them out first, and then if you need me to, I can go back and get these. But is there a number where you personally feel that things just kind of turn on and flip? Have you caught a legit pre-spawn fish in, say, 39-degree water? And how much weight do you actually put on water temp versus daylight and seasonal timing? Because in my opinion, I think a lot of guys are staring at their graphs instead of reading the conditions. And I know you've seen some stuff that doesn't exactly follow the internet rule book. So let's dive in.
So when it comes to, I'm always looking at water temp before conditions, because the fish don't have a thermometer but they kind of have that almost like that. They almost go into like when their metabolism slows down, almost like a hibernation mode. And as their body, just like us, like if we're sitting there, we're cold, we don't want to move around, blah, blah, blah. So as the temperature comes up, their metabolism speeds up. They start to move around more, and they start to do that, pre-spawn staging. They get out of those deep pockets, start to move up towards that pre-spawn staging. It's not like you said, it's not that water hits 55 degrees. They're going from 30 feet to 2 feet.
Yeah,
it doesn't work. It doesn't work that quick. It's kind of like a they kind of enable a step-by-step program or a step-by-step process, because like you said, that water temp might get up to 50, but I'm just going to keep using 55.
Yeah.
And then there could be a cold snap and it gets back to 47.
Yep.
Are they going to go back to that deep hole? No. But guess what? They might be on that pre-spawn staging area on that structure that's kind of around those lake points and those ledge lines, but their body's going to kind of slow down again. So yes, so technique might go back to those cold water techniques, but this is where it gets really important that you have to understand. You have to look back at the trends of where the water temperature was over the last few days, because if it did get up to 55, there's a good chance they did start to move. Yep. So they might not exactly be at that deep pocket, but they're not necessarily going to be in that breeding ground either. So you have to look at them in between. Yep. Like, where are they going to be? How far did they make it? Where are they now sitting? I've seen it a million times. I've made the mistake of, like you said, hitting the panic chord of going right back to the deep water and being like, okay, well, they're not shallow, they're not deep. Where the fuck are they? Yeah. And then, it's an unfortunate thing with anglers, especially tournament anglers, where they have to go and, they have to find that in between and find the fish. And that's kind of where, where was I going with that? I just looked at a question. Anyway, so that's kind of, it's important knowing about, obviously the topography of that lake and whatnot. And kind of, you just kind of got to think of the fish and think, pre-fishing, whatever, it becomes important. So yeah. That would be my answer for that one. What were the other two? That was question 3.
So have you? Do you have like a number where you're like, I think this is where things start to kick off, like really where you see a big shift?
Yeah, I think that differs from region, and I don't think it's the same here as it is. It's obviously not the same here as it is in Florida as it is in the Carolinas. Yeah. So I think that super differentiates a lot of things. But for me, I like around here, once it hits 50 degrees, I feel like I can really start to focus on looking for fish that are moving. Yeah. That's what I've seen in the past. Yep. But it doesn't mean it's going to be the same every year. You know what I mean? It can change. It's not, there's no easy button. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no.
Like, you got to do the work every single year. Like, every single year, it could be different, especially, it's. So no, 50 degrees is where I really start to kind of look around to see if they're moving. But, it could be 50 degrees this year, 53 next year, 48 next, the year after that. But it's just, so that's kind of how I do it with that. But 50 degrees is kind of where I'm like, all right, let's really start to look and see if they're doing anything differently.
I am glad that these questions in here. So what was you answered? That was the third one you did first, and then this one here. And the last one is, have you ever caught like a legit pre-spawner in like 39 degree water?
No. Me personally, no, I have not.
Yeah. I don't. I have a hard time knowing like, oh, this is a pre-spawn fish. You know what I mean? Like being able to make that judge, because sometimes they're in a section where everything lines, and you end up with that lone wolf that's off doing its thing and decides it's going to eat. So you got to take off. I'm the same way. Off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you for sure confidently. Like,
no, just because that 39 degrees is their metabolism so low. Like they're waiting for fish to come to them, or they're waiting for the bait to come to them. They're not going to the bait.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
I totally get that.
If they are, they're moving super slow, super sluggish, and very little each day.
And just to throw this out there too, like I asked the question, like, did you catch a fish? And the reason why I asked that specific way is because one fish is a fish, but two fish is a pattern. So if you do get into this one fish and you're like, oh, this is such and such, but you only caught that one that day, motherfuckers were not pre-spawn. You know what I mean? They just not in that sense where that's what the trend was or that's what the population is doing. You came across a fish that ate a lure. Sometimes that is all that is. But I'm glad, like, Brandon's in here going back and forth with John Hagen's. And he was asking about rain playing a part. Now, generally, like the general consensus is when you get rain, it cools the water. But like you got to ask how much what was the temperature of that rain that was falling, and then also like the barometric side of it, like on either side of that, how much impact did that have on pressure? The reason why I mention this is that there's a lot of variables involved, and it can be challenging and overwhelming for people to think of all of those variables, all that stuff, So it's having like generally speaking, like if I'm looking at weather conditions, okay, and I'm looking at a day that I'm going to go and fish, okay, and I don't generally look backwards, you know what I mean? I will if I'm going to like a body of water. I'll ask people like, hey, what was the weather like the last few days? What were the temps like? What were the water temps? And sometimes air temp, even if you didn't have any electronics, but all you were basing this on was air temp, you could take a guess of how it was based on what the air was doing. Just know that the amount that's going to affect the water is going to be slowed down. Like, oh, we had a cold snap last night to 25 degrees. That water may hold that temperature more than you realize. Like it didn't freeze up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like, it's just one of those things that you got to kind of keep in mind, is that keep in mind all these variables. But like very rarely do I look backwards unless it's like new water and I'm just trying to get some info.
Sure.
What I'll do is like, a lot of this comes into play where I'm picking days where I'm going to fish, and I'll say, so what's going on here? And I'll look like that 7-day or 10-day forecast to get an idea of what had gone down, and I'll pay attention. And it's like, I think it was John Hagen said, like, a steady increase in temp of just a couple of degrees does more than, like a couple of great days and then a cold day or something like that. Like with that actual trend, when things start to pick up, it starts to get a little bit juicier. So I might pay attention, but you also want to pay attention to when it comes to like the cover that you're fishing, because sometimes that can hold heat. And also like the other thing too, like, and I mentioned it in there was sunlight. That is the one thing that is consistent, that every single day you're going to get incrementally more sunlight, small amounts. So over time, that's going to help to keep that water on the grand scheme of things increasing in temp. But if you can get to that area, and typically up here in the Northeast, like, we always tell people like that Northwest corner is where you want to start, because it's the first spot that the sun would hit. So like that bank is a great spot. If you find that area though, and that area has a creek running into it, it's going to affect it differently. So it's not always, that way. Or what if it's a spring-fed pond and that's where the spring is? That's where the coldest water is going to come up, so it's going to slow that. But also, if you find that bank and there's a bunch of like chunk rock in there, that stuff's going to hold that heat, from the sun. So it's
with that.
Yep.
A huge mistake I make, and what people, I think a lot of people make, is fish move a ton just throughout the day because of water temperature changes. Yeah. Or like you said, or that rock that's a little bit warmer, that bank that's getting the sun a little bit longer. Yep. Like largemouth tend to move a little less than spots and smallies. Spots kind of move around a lot because most of the time they're schooled up and chasing. But yeah, dude, it's don't forget that, it's because you know that area is a certain temperature, if that temperature is going to rise, and let's say a bank fisherman, if you're on a bank and that, because that's what's, you believe is the warmest now, doesn't mean in an hour that's where it's going to be the warmest. And, you got to kind of look at that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. They do move with the largemouth are big on like the shade and that's those are ambush points, and they get cover. They get out of the sun, because don't forget, a big thing I learned doing some research, the fish that like to be up shallow don't have eyelids. So a lot of the reason that they're in shade is so that they could see bait a little bit better.
Yep. They don't go blind. They're not blinded, The one other thing that I do kind of want to throw out there too is like, a lot of people forget this, and this is like very, very important detail, is that fish are not warm-blooded like we are. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. We can move around and generate body heat. You know what I mean? Right. It doesn't work for them. So they're dependent on their environment and how that's going to affect them. So if you can find the warmer or slightly warmer water, you'll find fish that are a little bit more likely to actually bite or even chase than you would if you were in an area where it was the coldest spot in the lake. So like sometimes like just where they're set up or where they were wintering and where they're moving to, if that water happens to be cold, they might not be as active. So it may be worth it to target some of these areas where like, well, it's a little bit warmer here. At least these fish might be a little bit more active, and maybe I can pick up one or two, and you're not going to find a ton of them up there, but it's kind of crazy. Yep. It's fucking crazy, dude.
Yep.
We have, so this is, I think that this is just a topic where like we hear it a lot where people are just like, oh yeah, I'm not going out until it hits 55 degrees because it's just not worth my time. And there's a lot of other variables that are involved with that. It might just be somebody's like, I'm not going out and freezing my ass off. And if that's what you want to do, that's fine. Fish can be caught, but there's things that you got to take into consideration. Your presentation, you got to fish for the conditions, and water temp is part of the conditions. Follow the trends and have a good one,
Brandon just said, how will this affect trout and crappie? I don't know a ton about trout and crappie, but what I do know is this, at least for this area. Mm-hmm. Obviously trout and crappie are more a schooling fish, and crappie tend to hang near humps and in schools, and the trout just like, obviously they're more of a suspending type fish, chasing bait balls in the middle, of freshly stocked fish. That's totally a little bit different. Yep. They're retarded and just kind of fucking bite whatever, but
that's a good point.
Integrated trout that have kind of it takes about 6 weeks for a stock trout to get its take hold of its natural predatory instincts. Yep. So about 6 weeks, if a stock trout makes it 6 weeks, that's when they're kind of in predatory mode and kind of learn how to feed as an actual predator versus looking for fucking brown clumps of shit.
Yep.
Or pellets. So,
and the thing is, like trout are a cold water species. Like they do better with colder temps than warm water species do. And so like, think of like to make it easy, just think about their life's, their progression through the spring transition as just being a little bit earlier on. They'll be the ones that start to move a little bit more, or start getting out there a bit more. You'll see them a little bit more shallow. But if they just stocked at your local body of water and you're looking to target trout, you're better off throwing power bait than you are throwing lures, because they are so stupid and have no idea. And if they've just been stocked now, they have absolutely no idea.
Yep. And in rivers, I mean, I don't know a ton, but if we're talking river trout fishing, obviously look for the deeper holes with the slower water. Yeah.
Yeah. Love it, man. This is a good one. We got an FTG. We have 2 FTGs. Let's just go ahead and do it. Fuck that guy. Fuck that guy. All right, so this first one comes from a very good friend of the show. We'll just dive in right here. I like this. And there was actually a little bit of buzz about this earlier this week on social media.
Hey, Bobby. Hey, Joe. Wild Bill here from Hookset Hoodlums, calling with an FTG. I tagged you up on the video on Instagram. It is a CT, Department of Environmental Protection officer catching a poacher. The daily limit for the trout there was 2. This asshole has 14 on a stringer and tells the DEEP officer, I was just about to let them go. The guy goes, you know they're dead, right? Anyway, fast forward, bring him over to the truck. He got 14 on a stringer. He says, I'm going to give you back your stringer, but I got to take the fish. Kid asked to keep 2 of them. He goes, you don't even have a license. Oh, yeah, good point. Anyway, FTG to any poacher, they are literally ruining the outdoors, keeping an abundance of fish or hunting out of season. There's nothing worse than a poacher. So FTG, that's an older video, by the way. It's from last April. But anyway, it's a good watch. And these guys are so understaffed. So people always knock the DEP officers, but I'm glad that they were out there and caught this guy. That's actually a good fishing spot in the river where it's stocked. It's a good spot to bring your kids out too. So this guy's a total loser. Yeah. Anyway, FTG. And then there's an added bonus, obviously, F. Joe Brown too. You know? All right. Anyway, congrats on AVF tackle, by the way. I'm going to buy out whatever's left. So later, boys.
I didn't realize that video was from like last year.
Yeah.
And I saw it. I was like, holy shit. I'm like, and that's the thing. Like that is just absolute, I don't even want to say ignorance. That's just straight stupidity, you know, to go and you're like, oh yeah, can I keep 2 of them? Cause that's what the law is. You don't have a license. I guess the fines that he was charged was $1,800.
Good.
Was it worth it? You know, think about it. Come on, just get your license, man. If nothing else, just get your license.
I wish it could be more.
Yeah, exactly. 14 fish on a limit of 2. That is crazy. I was just
dude.
And it's funny in the video, and you can go on the Jigs and Bigs Instagram, and I think Joe, he tagged you too as a collaborator for this one, but
yeah.
You can go and watch it, and you hear the DEP officer say to him, he's like, you hear the kid go, oh yeah, I was just about to release him. He's like, you realize that these fish are dead, right? That's not going to work. It's, you know, I mean, like
he only had 700% over the limit. No big deal.
That's insane, man. Fucking people are so stupid. And it is, it's John Hagen says, he goes, oh, I saw that shit. He goes, the sad thing is that is way more common than not. And it's 100% true, man. There are people who get out and they just go to, you know, whatever body of water and just pilfer whatever they want. And like, you know, it's, dude, I'm telling you, like there's laws that are in place for a reason so that you don't go out there and destroy the resource, man. People are just freaking ridiculous. I forgot that you took a little bit of a shot on that one, but given the fact that it was Wild Bill, I should have known better. 100% should have known better.
I figured when it's Wild Bill, I was like, oh, this must be the one where I'm taking a shot.
And why does it feel like that's Wild Bill's like wake up voice? Like he was very much like,
how you boys doing, man?
I didn't even recognize it was him at first.
I was like, were you just listening to Lionel Richie or some shit? Just getting in the mood? Like fucking truly? I don't know what the fuck's even going on here.
Yep.
I don't even know. But this next one comes in from one of our favorite Rhode Islanders.
Hey guys, Pat Martin here with a few lighthearted FTGs. Yes, the Ginger Chode. I hate that nickname. But yes. The first one is for putting they're kind of directed Bobby's way. First one's for putting those concealed carry holsters back into my algorithm. Thank you very much. I don't even own a gun. I finally got them out, and now they're back. And then the second one is for naming the podcast Spring Jig Tips right on the front. So when Tuesday at about 7 a.m., as I was in the 4 hours into moving snow at work, I'm like, oh yeah, the podcast is out. And I saw that. I saw the word spring and I said, nope, not in the mood. I will catch it later in the week. Can't even think about fucking spring right now while I'm moving 3 fucking feet of snow. So, yep, that's it. Be a little sensitive to us fucking in the Northeast with their spring words while we're digging out of a blizzard. That's about it. Have a good one. See you guys soon. Hopefully on the water within the next month or two or whenever the fuck we thaw out. All right, later.
I love that call, man.
Someone's a little salty.
Oh my God. Yeah, pun intended, man. Yeah, I definitely get, I didn't realize that it worked that way where, I could say something on the show and have it affect somebody's algorithm in that sense. Like, that's kind of crazy. But I mean, I'm going to try to make it a little bit better for you, Pat, right now. Okay.
Big booty Latinas, big titty golf girlfriend.
There you go, buddy. We'll see. We'll fix your algorithm right there for you, bud.
Stepmothers and stepsisters.
Oh my God. Oh.
Ginger chode step bro.
I'm such a piece of shit. I'm such a piece of shit. Oh, we'll get it back to where it should be. Man. Yeah, we recorded that show on Friday, and I was like, yeah, we're supposed to get a little bit of snow. What the fuck is this? I didn't realize that they were getting like 30 fucking inches plus of snow out their way. That is shit. That is shit.
I got one more.
Oh, what do you got?
Tampons, Midol, reverse mortgages.
Vegan chicken nuggets, hot dog eating competition. We're so bad to poor Pat. We really are. We're the worst people.
Solar panels, Jehovah Witnesses, and toothpaste.
Perimenopause. Tesla Cybertruck, Wild Bill fishing. We're gonna lose so many friends. I didn't realize that we wielded such power. It kind of makes sense. Oh, there's a fucking what do they call it? I think it's called the body belt. While we're talking about more concealed carry. I was like, this kind of sounds like a good idea. It's like this big, it's like a weight belt that you put around you and you conceal. I was like, I don't know, man. I have been doing more research on concealed carry for plus size fellas. That's another one for you. They're Pat, plus size fellas. I've been looking up more of that stuff and some ideas, and I'm still like, I don't know. Like, if you're a fat guy, they really want you to look like a cop in the 80s with like a shoulder holster.
Oh yeah,
they really do. And I'm like, I don't know, man. So I got to tinker around. Yep. I didn't realize that the cost of that holster you were talking about, Joe, was so reasonable. Like, that might be a great place to start. Especially with it being so light.
Dude. I've had all the fancy Kydex and all that bullshit, and fucking they like dig into my side rolls and shit, and fucking that thing's mint.
Chubby lovers.
John Higgins. I'm pretty sure Pat is a jig head too. He's going to cancel his subscription. Fucking poor guy. Fucking poor guy. Oh my God. Yeah. It's a challenge. It's one of those things, but man, we got a couple of good live well calls, some good learning in the live well this week. And I should mention, actually, before we kick the break and we go over this interview with High Speed Chase, I did want to mention, and Eli had chimed in, I got a text from, it was actually in our Dark Horse Tackle Jigs and Bigs collab, but oddly enough, as it would happen to turn out, we have where is that DHT, and there we go. We got a text on Friday morning from Zach over at Dark Horse Tackle, and I didn't even know that this was coming. I wish I would have, but now Dark Horse is a authorized retailer for Evolution Outdoors. Now, I was talking about Evolution Outdoors, the Ballistics 3.7 boxes that I picked up so that I could dabble a little bit with these Slot Tech organizers in here, and I think they're pretty badass. Feels like a really robust, box to put out there. It's waterproof. That's a big one, and I'm interested in putting more of them on the boat. I want to kind of give these a few months and figure out if I'm going to take that leap. But I will say, I didn't realize how much of a lineup Evolution had from, simple things like, lure wraps. Very, very convenient to use. Very helpful for your hard baits, especially with a lot of treble hooks and stuff. The bass sack is like a simple little package you can carry on, but there's a bunch of different backpack options that store these boxes, all sorts of different ways. So go check that out. But they've got a variety of different boxes that are available. Like there's a 3700 tray. It's like a 60/40, very affordable. I mean, this is really good, and I believe that they're running a sale right now on Evolution. So I don't know if it'll still be going on by the time this podcast drops, but check out Dark Horse Tackle, check out Evolution Outdoors, because there's some real quality products right there, and it's a good spot to go ahead and get into it. But we're going to take a very short break, and we're going to flip this around and come back. And what we've got coming up next is the amazing interview with the one and only High Speed Chase. Now, you've heard his music before. You've heard his music used in Bassmaster. You've heard it used in Bass Pro Shops. And he is, I would say, the king of this fishing content, especially when it comes to like fishing parody type stuff. We get into it. We have a really good conversation. He's a good dude. I'm looking forward to fishing with him, and we're going to have him on to co-host an episode too. So dive in. We'll see you guys with a live well right after that interview. Alrighty, guys, man, we have had this pattern of 1 week no interview. We're back with another interview. This week we have a great interview, and I've been looking forward to getting this one together for quite some time. We got a guy on here that I feel like if you have followed any fishing creator at all on social media, they have 100% used our guests' music in the background for some of their reels and stories. And, I mean, when I say like having a catalog that is just shockingly diverse and fun and just amazing, guys, we got the one and only High Speed Chase in the house with us. BroNeck, how we doing?
What's happening? Dude, yeah, love the intro. That was beautiful. Thank you. It made me feel good.
That's what I'm here for. I'm here to I boost people up. I'm like the
That's what I need. Squad. I need a boost. Everybody needs a boost.
I know, man. I hear that, dude. I hear that. But this is an interview I've been wanting to do for a while, Chase. I really have. Like, I wanted to do this because I have personally used your art as a way to keep myself from losing my mind on my boat and just keep it fun. And you know what I mean? Like whether I'm on the kayak or I'm on the boat or I'm walking around on the banks, like if I've got a little headphone in, I'll be like, I'll throw on maybe catching fish is a problem. Maybe we got to turn that around. Let's go ahead and throw this track on it. And it's also we do events and I play your songs because people, they recognize them and they're like, it's like fishing art, regardless of what it is, but especially music, brings everybody together, Like I was just at the Columbus Fishing Expo playing some of your tracks at the Dark Horse Tackle booth, and I saw Fat Cat Newton there too. It's like, holy cow, man. Unbelievable. So
I think that's one of the ones he sent me a picture. He always sends me videos and clips when they play the music places because he knows I don't always get out to go to some of these events and stuff like that. I want to do more. I'm trying to do more. Yeah. But yeah, there's like you're saying, I'm kind of behind the scenes all the time, but you hear it everywhere.
Oh yeah.
I don't know.
But it's
one of them things is I gotta have my own sanity too.
Yep, for sure.
Going out in public and dealing with people. I like going in there and normally I'm wearing my spectacles.
Yep.
That's the Clark Kent effect. I swear it is. Because I can walk around and nobody knows it's me. Then all of a sudden you'll find that one person pop up and like, Are you BroNeck? And then all of a sudden he takes a picture with me. Then it's boom, 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 back to back, picture. So, I mean, that's why I keep the spectacles, man.
I hear you. It's nice. There's
Superman don't always want everybody to know his power.
Exactly. But this is great because now we have you on. Like folks have heard your music and stuff, but now we get to know you as an angler, as an artist, and kind of like figure it out. Really let folks kind of get to know what's BroNeck all about. So let's start. Actually, which came first for you? Was it music or fishing?
Music and fishing were like. I would say fishing first.
Okay.
Mostly. I didn't really get into recording music till like high school.
Yep. Gotcha.
I wrote songs. I started writing parodies when I was like on a beanbag in I think second grade.
Yep.
I would write parodies of like little nursery rhymes that they would play in the school, and I'm like, I'll make my own lyrics up, and I was doing it because. I mean, we grew up in the era of Weird Al Yankovic. Saturday morning, boom, baby, I'm listening to Weird Al, and I just loved how he was always switching things up.
Yeah.
And since my government name, middle name is Allen, I mean, they was all calling me Weird Al anyway, so I just did that. You know what I'm saying?
That's perfect.
That was my tagline.
I love that. Let's dive into the fishing side of it and talk about like how were you introduced to the outdoors just in general, and where along the line did you get bit where it was like, no, this is my passion. I love fishing. Kind of walk us through that story.
It goes far back. So, growing up in the neighborhood that we lived in, it was a family owned farm that they broke up, subdivided to all the family. So we were the only ones in this area that wasn't family. All right.
Oh, all right.
And they all knew who we was. And one of the guys that I shoot a lot of videos with and fish with most of the time has been my childhood friend since I was 2 years old. I'm 42 now, so that's 40 years of friendship.
That's awesome,
okay?
Dude.
But me and him, we started catching fish in a 5-gallon bucket when we were like probably maybe I'll say 5 or 6 years old. We didn't have fishing rods. We would just tie a 5-gallon bucket, put some bread in it. And we was pulling fish in. But we always wanted fishing rods, and we would hit up these yard sales, cop us some stuff out the yard sale, and we just built from there. And
that's the best.
Then my grandfather looked at us and said, "Man, y'all like to go fishing." He gave me a fishing rod. Like we just started picking it up and more. But bass fishing came naturally. Because most of the fishing places that we went to were ponds.
Yeah.
So.
No kidding.
And kind of grasped into that. And just from there on, I mean, I don't think I really got real serious in fishing until I think I was probably, I mean, I like fishing, but when I was like, I would say about 10.
Yep. All right.
We used to get shipped for the summer. To like a little summer camp, just so mom could get us out the house and get us away from her.
Exactly. Yeah, that's how it is, man. We're parents.
Get us away from her. She would send us to the summer camp, and the summer camp at the end of this the whole thing they would do hooked on fishing, not on drugs, and they would take all the kids, bust us out to one of the state parks, and we'd fish all day and have a cookout, go to the beach. That's and awesome. This one year, the Bassmasters came down there to do the casting kit contest.
Really?
So I was like, all right. I was out there. I was out in the swimming and just out. I was bare chested, tight little swimming trunks on. I was a fat kid, so I was out there just trying to cast because everybody was in there. They talking about giving away prizes.
Yeah,
we was always about getting something free.
Oh, absolutely.
So I did the casting kid thing, and I did my little turn. I went back swimming, came back soaking wet and everything. They said, "Hey, yeah, we want to bring you back up there. You actually won." And I got me a medal, gave me a fishing rod. Now I got some legit good stuff, right? For the Bassmasters. They gave me the little target thing, and they said, "Look, we're going to do a national championship, and you're going to be invited. It's going to be in Baltimore." And I was like, "Yeah, I'm doing it." All that summer to the winter, I dug out stuff in the snow. I had that mat. I was practicing my cast, getting it right. Never got to go because I never got that letter. Maybe I did get the letter, but I never got to see that letter.
No kidding, man.
That's when I was locked in after that, with bass fishing in general too. And I can learn that I can win stuff.
Yep.
I did a lot of youth tournaments.
Yeah.
After that, me and my buddy would get dropped off at the tournaments.
Mm-hmm.
Back then, they didn't really need no parental guidance. We really just ran the show. We would get dropped off all the time, everywhere. Anywhere we want to go fish, they would drop us off. I'm telling you, like, we were like 12, 13.
They
just drop us off everywhere.
That's the best.
Fish all day, every day.
So you got the bug for competitive fishing early on. Did that carry on later in life? Like, are you big into tournaments right now?
No, I think I'm gonna do more this year, and it's only because of time. And time is that's the main thing. It's like it's so much time that I got going on doing this family life, and I don't travel as much to do tournaments, but a lot of people are saying, you gotta come do this tournament, begging me to come to these tournaments. And I think I'm gonna do a lot more this year. So I mean, even that, we got to get some jerseys made just for tournament fishing. Even if we don't, look, I want it out there to back up the brand
and represent. Exactly. You got to do it. I mean, I'm sitting here wearing my own brand's hat right now. It never leaves my head. It's like that's an important thing. But that's the thing that I love. Like, there's a lot of folks out there that are like, they get in these boxes, where like they like to fish one specific way. And I see with some folks that it's only tournaments. Like, they look at it, they're like, oh, if I go out and catch these fish and there's no money on the line, that's kind of a waste. And I'm like, are you crazy? Like, that never landed for me. But like, and I love also like in you hear in fishing songs, and other types of art that people create, they'll reference, fishing like in the total sense, everything else. But you dive into it. Like, you've got songs where you're talking about crappie techniques and where you're talking about catfish and everything else. And you really, really do mix it up. And it does come across that you are like a bass angler at heart. And which I feel like in a way, in that sense, everything that you're doing and everything that is Jigs and Bigs, like, we're a bass heavy podcast. Like, we run a nationwide multi-species scavenger hunt tournament, to encourage people to give a little bit of love to these other sometimes underappreciated species, and like, appreciate the resource, for what it's worth. And I think, like, man, I got to congratulate you for like doing the same thing with your stuff, because it is really all over the place. And I like the fact that you kind of dabble all over. Let's talk about how we got into the music. Like, where was the crossover where you were, like, you mentioned that you were writing parody music early. When did it become about fishing? Like, how do we get to that point?
All right. So music wise,
I feel like we're going to start here.
I think I would say we're going on I was in 11th grade. Okay. When somebody said something about music to me. I mean, you ever seen or watched South Park?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
All right. So they got this one episode where Cartman's like, go ahead, Token, play the guitar. Play the bass guitar. He said, I don't know how to play the bass guitar. You know what I'm saying? Something like that. Yep. So I had a incident like in a math class when one of the guys, they were just beating on the desk or whatever. And it's like, Chase can rap. I ain't know how to rap.
No.
But I gave it a swing.
You got to.
And find out, look at me.
There you are.
I can rap.
That's how you find those things out,
After that, it's like, my whole moves of how I did things or do things. I've always tried to start walking a different path than normal. I started one way when I started rapping. I got into some groups. We rapped away, but it's always was something different. Even back then, I was around people that was like, "Why are you wearing a belt buckle with a John Deere on it?" I'm country, so I was doing things like that way before even started talking about country rap. I took a lot of love to the style of Nelly. Yep. How Nelly rapped, and he wasn't ashamed to be country. And after that, it kind of blossomed into, shoot, I'm going to start rapping about country stuff.
Definitely.
So I start rapping about fishing. I said something about fishing, and people like, okay, that was good. And then the parodies thing, it was just one song, only took one.
Yep.
And I think that was when I did the parody to what's the dude's name? It was right on the tip of my tongue. Kevin Gates. Kevin Gates.
Okay.
Two phones. I did about 2 polls.
Yep.
And when I did that 2 polls, I think about 300,000-400,000. And I was like, well, people want fishing music.
There's something here.
Can we give them fishing music? From right then and there, I did that song, and then I said, I'm going to make an original and see how the original goes.
Yep.
I did an original song, Rod Flexing. I happened to go to, I think it was a Bassmaster tournament they had in a local Smallwood State Park in Maryland. And I traveled there, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to give it a go. When all the pros come out there, I'll ask them if they want to be in my rap video.
Oh, dude, yes.
Oh, man, I got Skeet Reese. I got Gerald Swindle. I got Shaw Grisby. I got Ish Monroe. I had everybody jumping in on there. Aaron Martin, he was in there.
No kidding.
Everybody was jumping in. And thought that was cool. So then Bassmaster saw that, and they was like, yeah, let's put them in this magazine. It wasn't in the magazine. It was in their online issue. You know how they do the little post. I'll see if I can find it. I'm going to send it to you.
All right.
But yeah, they put it up there.
That's amazing.
And that was like my first big headways with an original song. People started snatching that up and putting it on their T-shirts and made a whole T-shirt line. And I was like, man, it's like they're like taking our ideas. So I was like, man, I gotta like start trying to organize something a little bit better, because I'm just doing the music part and I'm not organized on the business side. And it's still my problem to this day that I'm trying to get more organized on the business side, because it is overwhelming when you're a single entity, even though I run with a lot of people, but I'm doing all the work.
That's
and
exactly
you probably get that sometimes. It's very, very hard to be the focal point, be the main attraction, and also be the cameraman, be the guy setting up this deal, and all that. It's like it's crazy.
It's funny because one of the things that like this show does put a lot of we kind of spotlight a lot is fishing content in general, whatever it might be. But this, obviously like YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, all of these platforms are there, and people are doing this stuff. So I guarantee there is a huge number of people listening to the show right now that feel to some degree exactly that. Because if you're making content, and let's say you have a YouTube channel, you obviously want to create content regularly and be as consistent as possible. But like you've got to run it all, especially early on. So all of the production element stuff you've got to handle. You've got to handle if you're going to do some like collaborating or something, or you're working on like the beginnings of some brand stuff. You've got to have that going on. So it's like it is a juggling act, like all of it. This is, we need managers. Is what we need, that'll work for free. That's the best thing. I think that'll work for free would be the best.
Yeah. If like I look at myself and I say, how much further along I could be. I mean, we've reached multiple times, millions and millions and millions and millions of views.
Yeah.
We streaming over 100 million times. That's 100 million people that listen to a song. And I still look at my numbers. I'm like, man, and then you get confused, and sometimes it's aggravating because you don't understand. I hate when you get a comment on like YouTube. It's like, I don't see how you ain't got 1 million followers. I don't either.
Yeah.
How about
crazy,
that,
man?
I don't either.
It's insane. The world is a very funny place in that way.
Right.
It truly, truly is, man. So let's dive a little bit into as far as like your fishing style. Like, I get the impression that you're more bass focused than anything else. Am I right in assuming that?
Yeah. Seasonally, I'm gonna say I'm a bass guy all the time.
Yep.
But I like to catch crappie when they're there, like, because I'm gonna eat you.
Yeah.
And I don't eat bass.
Yep.
So it's one of those. Same thing with snakehead. I like catching snakehead a lot. And we got the northern snakehead here, and it's like a supercharged bass. When they hit your line, it's like, Yes.
I've only caught one.
And I know people I'm so sick of them. No, there's nobody says they're sick of.
Yeah.
They're gonna catch them and they will eat them. It's the most delicious fish you'll ever have in your life. Hands down.
I was in Maryland fishing with out in Crumpton. I think it's what's the name of the river there? I forget the name of the river where we were. We have a close friend of the show that's out that way, and he's always inviting folks from our circle to come and fish and everything. It's always a good time. And we didn't realize this, but there was a bass tournament and a snakehead tournament like the day before we went out. Terrible idea because those fish had been beaten up. It was hours before we even got a bite, like just finding these fish. And this is a tidal river. Like, I'm not used to fishing this stuff. I'm in my kayak. It's just absolutely crazy. But in the conversations that we had, somebody said at that point, like they were offering something like $17 a pound for snakehead.
Yeah. Which 17. I think the last time I checked, it's around $17, $19 a pound.
That's crazy.
I have guys that go out because the bow fishing is heavy.
Yeah.
And the bow fishing are going out there. I think the one weekend they got 1,100, I would say, pounds of snakehead in a couple of days. And if you're doing it like that, it's worth it. But they're trying to say that you need a commercial license now to have it, or you gotta find a guy that's got the commercial license. You just turn it into him.
Yep. He's
going to get the payday, break you off what you get out of it.
Yep.
Say if you even if you made $500 out of that $1,100 pounds of snakehead that he done brought out, you're gonna say, okay, it's cool because I'm gonna go back out there and do it again. I'm gonna make that $500 another night.
Yeah, exactly.
And you get the bow fish all night, and it's like a job.
Yeah.
Job to go shoot stuff.
It's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing at all. It's crazy, man. I've only managed to catch one snakehead in southern Jersey, and it's so unbelievably exhilarating. Like I caught a couple of really good bass in this one pond. And I'm like, this is fun. This is great. They were just hammering a chatterbait. I was like, this is awesome. And then I hooked into a snakehead, and I was like, this is unlike anything else. And it was a decent size. I think it was like 22 or 23 inches, but it bent out the hook.
That's a decent fish.
Yeah, it was pretty good. I was like,
it's that fight, the adrenaline rush from catching a snakehead. I mean, that at one point I was like, yeah, I'll release them in somebody's pond. As long as we cool.
Yeah,
I would. I mean, it's just that much fun. I mean, I got a couple ponds that do have them already in there.
Oh yeah,
I know a couple streams because they can go through them streams that they got them in there. Yep. It's like it's so much fun. It's just fun. And they're not going anywhere.
No.
You got a breeding cycle where they're having two spawns a year.
Oh, they are.
It's probably worse than like places like Florida, but they got two spawns a year, and they're guarding their fry.
Oh yeah, and they are aggressively guarding the fry. Like you'll see that fry ball.
Both parents.
Yeah, and they honestly they behave a lot like bowfin. It's just it's crazy that this fish is invasive, and it's managed to travel and make its way to so many different bodies of water. Every once in a while.
So fast.
Yeah. And where I am, I'm up in Massachusetts, and like every year or two, somebody will say like, oh, so-and-so caught a snakehead out of like this river or something like that. And they're like, and it hadn't happened. No. And most times it's people getting confused and they caught a bowfin,
Oh yeah.
And they're just like, it's just.
You hear that a lot too. A lot of people say that. I have never caught a bowfin. I've seen them plenty of times caught other people, and they always post it up. It's like, this is a snakehead. I was like, nah.
Yeah.
I know what a snakehead looks like. That ain't it.
Especially the northerns. Like you're right. Like down in Florida, they've got multiple species, and some of these fish are unbelievably cool looking. I got to make it a point to get down to Florida, man. I am not traveling enough.
Yeah, them bullseyes. I heard they're a stronger fight than the northern, but the northern just get way bigger. And you got the giant ones. I mean, I love it, but I'm not gonna say that's my favorite fish. It's bass all day.
Yeah, I'm kind of, now. Do you have a preference of largemouth over smallmouth, or?
I've only caught smallmouth. and I've only caught them in certain places. I haven't gotten a chance to go out to get some big smallmouth, like some footballs. So I haven't experienced when everybody's like, yo, they fight so much harder. Well, I wouldn't know.
Yeah.
I've tried, but I haven't.
I hear you.
The one I had one in Colorado. I hooked one in Colorado. I think was going to be it, but I was being nice to my nephew because he don't get the fish and he don't get to see me. So I was like, here, give him the rod.
Yeah.
And then he lost it. But that was probably going to be my PB smallmouth. I knew exactly when it hit. I was like, yeah, that one.
I had a moment where, like, I did a trip. This was last April. I was up at Lake St. Clair with a listener. We were hanging out. It was Easter weekend, 420 weekend. It was awesome. We had so much fun. And we had, and like an idiot, and this is something I do all the time, where we'll have one of the other tournaments that we do is the slot limit series. So we'll have one date each month where we run a nationwide tournament, and it's only fish that fit between the 12 and 17 inch mark. Those are the only ones that count. So like this way, if you're, up north or something, you don't feel like you can't compete with somebody in like Texas or California. So it kind of levels the playing field a little bit. And I, of course, schedule this when I'm on a brand new body of water, just kind of figuring it out like a genius. And we had this cold front come in and those fish just shut off. I put one in for the tournament, but that's all I could come up with. And it was we were on our way. It was the last day we were on the water. It was Easter Sunday. And we're coming back to the launch. And there was this dude, like some clown loading his boat up. And it was just taking him forever. So I was kind of like off of where the ramp was, just kind of drifting. And I got this new bait finesse combo I put together. And I'm like, I'm just going to rip this around, see what I can hook up with. I tied my PB length for my smallmouth. It was 19 inches. But this St. Clair fish, like you said, like a football, it was the fattest 19-inch fish I had ever seen. Absolutely enormous. I was like, last fish of the day. I was like, you got to be kidding me. This is fantastic. I'll take it all day. But now you mentioned Colorado. Where else have you traveled, and like what's on your radar that you would love to go and hit up?
I'm going back to Florida. Florida is my main. I just got to make it more towards Miami. I got to catch me a peacock bass. It's a target. Got to get them. Got to go get one of those. Yep. I mean, I want to go shoot some content on doing that. I mean, it's my target is I got a bucket list of fish and that's it. Yeah. So when I get the chance and if I get the opportunity, I'm going to do my research. I'm going to go. Yep. I know I'm out here making fishing songs and I get people requests for songs all the time. You should do a fishing song about this. If I ain't caught it, it's hard for me to adapt to like try to, you know what I'm saying? Yep. Imagine. I can't just give you some falsehood. I got to give you what I know. The authenticity. I mean, some of these fish are somewhat the same, how to catch them and all that. And I can do that and I can play around, but man, it's so hard. I feel empty. Like feel like I'm lying. I don't want to feel like I'm lying.
No, I hear you, man. I hear you. It's and that's the thing that it says a lot because like you want that to be authentic. You know what you're putting on the pad for lyrical content, but on top of that, also there's sort of like some symbolic element to that too, where like you cross off one of the boxes on your checklist for a different species or a different part of the country or something like that. And then the song makes it an actual like timestamp. It's kind of cool when you do that. It's like an archive. I don't know. I have a very weird way of looking at like content and the way folks interact with it and everything, but also the way that the creator reacts with their own content. Because like I tell people all the time, I love looking back at like my own video content, listening back to old interviews and stuff. And, kind of like sometimes with like almost fresh ears and having the conversation I might've had with a guest or like just the tip segment or something on the show. Mm-hmm. And it's always really interesting to see how it all kind of comes together. What's on your bucket list though? I mean, you mentioned peacocks. Are there anything else that stick out to you that you would love to target?
I want a big tarpon. I want a snook. Like majority of the fish that I want to catch are in Florida. And if I could spend more time down there, it would be a lovely thing. But
definitely,
it seems more work and vacation wise. So I got to have their time, the family has to have their time. At the same time, I got people that want to meet me, got people want to do this and that. And it's like, then it seems like I don't have no time to do those things that I want to do.
Now, are you touring? Are you doing like live shows as well on top of all this?
I haven't done any live shows since I was younger. So
all right.
Coming June 13th at the Bassmaster Elite in North Carolina, Elizabeth City. I'm going on stage, baby.
No shit,
man.
That's awesome.
Fish raps. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Call.
What's
about to come there and drop some bars on them. Backwood bars.
What's the date on that one?
June 13th.
June 13th.
It's the Saturday weigh-in.
All right, nice. Dude, that's awesome, man. And that's the thing, like that's one more element that's like another thing to juggle. So it's like it's crazy. Now are you
right? And then I gotta sit there and try to get the set ready how I want to do it. I sent the songs that I said I wanted to do. And I know I'm making more work here now. That's gonna maybe put a damper on some of the things that I could do or how I'm gonna deliver it. You also got to think of, man, I'm older. Oh yeah. I don't want to stress myself. I don't know who's going to be coming with me, so I got to prep the guy who's going to be. I got to have my camera guy. I got to have my number 2 on the microphone. My backup guy. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, it's some work, but I got a little time to do it. I think. I want to put on a good show. Main focus is we want the Bassmaster Classic. I want somebody to come out to my music at the Bassmaster Classic. That's the top bucket list for me.
Definitely.
Everybody can say what they want. This is something that to me, you got all these fishermen out here, all these professional fishermen. They come out to all kinds of crazy stuff. If you ever been to a Bassmaster Classic, you know they just come out to anything. They don't care. Some of them come out to the same Luke Bryan song, hunting, fishing, loving every day.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Come out. It's like I said, y'all know whatchamacall used that song, that guy used that song, that guy, and they don't have no imagination. Nobody's willing to risk it. They trying to keep it like so PG. And if I know if they're going to prove what I sent them to do the North Carolina thing, I said, what's wrong with me getting the Bassmaster Classic? They started doing 2 years ago. So this is going to be the 3rd year for this Bassmaster Classic. They started doing a celebrity pro,
the pro-am with it,
little tournament before. Yeah. I'm trying to get on that.
You should be on that 100%, man.
Put me on that.
We got to start some kind of a petition for that.
Yeah, I'm gonna back up all them rap licks. Swinging them back.
I love it, man. I think that's the idea right there. My co-host Joe is going to be at the Classic this year. This is kind of like market research for him. He's on his way soon to be retired military, and he's looking at like career moves and everything. And he used to own a tackle store. Like during COVID, that's how we met. We got connected through the podcast, and he got out of it because life kind of got back to normal, and it started to become a real job, and it was just crazy. So he is jumping into this endeavor where he's starting another business called AVF Tackle Experts, and it's all like JDM and like real like boutique stuff. He's not selling any rods because it's primarily online. It's a shop he's going to have online, and so he's got like JDM reels and stuff. It is going to be bad for me. I'm going to spend so much goddamn money, man. It's going to be bad. He's going to listen to this. He's going to laugh, but it's true. Like,
you'd be like, can I get a discount? I get a discount, right?
Like, I'm like, bro, just hook me up with a promo code, man. I'm going to be out there singing it from the rooftops. Let's make something happen. But he's got that going. So he's going down to the Classic to look around and do like, just kind of like market research, check out the expo side of things. But he is heavier into tournament fishing than I am for sure. So for him, he's like, I'm going to take the boat and we're going to keep track of how we do on these days up against the pros. I'm jealous as hell. I think that is so badass.
Yeah.
But
that's the one thing, like when we went to the Classic, it's like I wanted to fish so bad, but at the same time I'm coming in here to watch them launch off.
Yes.
And I watched a lot to know that you don't have to be out there to see what's going to go on or what's going to happen. But if he's doing that stuff, he's got that iCast is where it's at. iCast is just
he did iCast last year.
I just did my first one and I was like, man, that was like,
oh really?
Yeah. It was definitely, it's worth, if you anybody getting into fishing or selling something or trying to get something going, iCast is where it's at.
Yeah. If you,
it was crazy because I talked to Steve Harvey a few times there. Like we kept running into each other out in public, and I was like, man, it's like, we supposed to do something, man. And we talked, but his son was more interested in what I was having to say. Like his son listened to the music right away. He messaged me and everything. So
no kidding.
Cool. But it was just all the celebrities that were there, the stuff that was going on.
Yeah.
I mean, you could put your hand in so many pots if you did your marketing right.
Yep.
I mean, anybody who's everybody is at these tournaments. And I wish I'm not tournament, iCast. And it's like, if you want to be seen, you just got to keep on walking around and doing all 3 days.
Yep.
Being able to go out and, make content, the interviews. And since you do media, you get a media pass.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't even have a pass when I got there.
Seriously?
But I got connections.
You got connections. That's you probably know a couple of people.
I got connections. And look, I had a pass before the end of day one. Somebody hit me. I said, look, I need a pass. He said, we can get you a pass. I said, all right.
That's perfect. That's perfect, man. That's perfect. And you know, you nailed it. Like that's for sure like where you want to be, because all the stuff that's on the cutting edge, like even as a retailer, like what Joe's got going on, the ability to see what's coming down the pipe is huge. Like you can't discount that, just to know what's happening in the market right there. But I do feel like now it seems like the fishing expo in general seems to be hotter than it's ever been. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like I feel like there's, and I mean, like locally we have like a local sportsman show that's been around like 42 years, 43 years. And it's been around forever. It's a solid show. It's gone through some changes and it's struggled a little bit. There are shows that obviously struggle, but I feel like the buzz of like expo season, especially for like anglers that are further north like I am, because we mentioned this before we started recording, that like you're a little bit further down south. You were out on the water today.
I'm not jealous at all.
You know, I mean, I'm not jealous at all. One of my other favorite fishing podcasts, Andrew Hayes from Tackle Talk, posted today. He was out on the water with Ryan Dahl in the kayaks. I'm like, I have like 8 inches of snow on the cover of my boat right now. And ice on everything around me. Oh, it is bad.
Let me tell you a little something about Maryland.
Yeah.
Weather be crazy.
Yeah, it's true.
Weather change up on you so fast. Like, 2 weeks ago, we had all this snow, ice. Mm-hmm. Then we had snow again, I think, what was it? It was last weekend. And we're supposed to get snow again on Monday. But guess what today was? Guess what the temperature was today?
60.
67.
67 degrees.
Damn near 70 degrees. And the fish were acting nuts.
I bet you
but they wasn't eating.
I bet
they wasn't eating. Now, like you'll catch 1 or 2, but they were swarming at the top of the water and everything, eating bugs and stuff. I was like, man, it's just like, this is crazy.
67 degrees.
Just for it to snow again on Monday.
I mean, the good thing is any snow that we do get from here on out is going to realistically melt fast. The thing that's blown me away is that we're over 11 hours of daylight right now. And man, I will take that. And next weekend, this time, we're going to be changing the clocks back. So it's just, I'm just impatient. I'm lucky in Massachusetts because the way this state is worked out, where I am just outside of like where the real high elevation starts. So we have this more mountainous area where like it freezes first, it's last to open up. But then as you go closer to like Cape Cod, like it generally, there are years where it won't freeze over there. Like I had my boat in the water in the Cape, I think in December. I think I was out there in December, or at least late November. And then I've been out there as early as mid-March in the past. I don't know that that's going to happen this year. We're going to have to see. They just got 3 feet of snow out that way. Ridiculous. I was in Rhode Island last night for an event. I was hosting a game show. They said, we have 37 inches of snow down by Roger Williams University. I'm like, shut up.
I can't do that.
I'm telling you, man, it's
can't do that.
And then I see guys like Bailey Egbert going down. He's on his second trip out. He already did the Bassmaster Kayak event in Florida at the end of January, and now he's back out to Tennessee right now. Man, I'm not jealous at all. You
gotta give a shout out to Bassmasters. Bassmasters been doing a lot of more inclusion stuff.
They have. I'll give them that.
I was paying attention like heavily. You know what I'm saying? I'm getting involved myself personally, but I'm looking at it like, man, y'all bringing in the Bassmaster her section of it. You got they started one of the first HBCUs.
Yep,
is in the college. I was like. For that, I was like, damn, that's pretty cool.
It is.
I mean, it's for them been having bass fishing, bass tournaments for the college kids for like, shoot, I don't even know how long.
Oh, yeah.
I know it was after I got out of school.
That was never even a thought.
I want to say that.
Yeah.
Kind of feel like that because like if I knew I could have went to college
and fished
off of bass fishing, I definitely would have a degree in something.
Definitely. And well, I look at these kids that are doing high school trails, like starting out that young. Like, oh man. I mean, I'm happy for them. I'm happy that the resources are there and people want to do it.
Happy and jealous at the same time.
100%, man.
We love the sport. We want to see the sport grow.
Although,
and at the same time, it's like, if I could just go back in time. Where's that 84 DeLorean when you need it?
Yeah, I say that, but at the same time, I know I'm one of those folks that like I started fishing real young with my dad, like early on. Totally different type of fishing. Like I now fish almost exclusively artificial bait everywhere. I did not come up fishing that way. I was all about night crawlers and shiners, and you know I've ice fished as a kid and all that stuff, and it was great. And then like my teenage years hit, and I just totally just was more focused on playing music, playing drums and bands and like going and playing shows and everything. And it was only like I only picked fishing back up in my early 30s. So I've been doing it for a little bit, but like I had like this huge pause, and I found through interviewing folks that is really common for a lot of folks. So like, you know, when I look back and I'm like, I don't know that if even if like college fishing was a thing, I don't know that I would have bit at that time because I was too focused on like, hey, we're gonna go play this small basement club in this small city somewhere and sleep on somebody's floor and eat falafel, you know, and it's gonna be awesome, you know.
Yeah.
Oh man, I mean, crazy.
I don't know about that. For me personally, I was like, it's just the friends that I have, you know.
Yeah.
Somebody was always like, yo, we gonna go fishing. We gonna smoke. We gonna go fishing. Yep. And be like, yep, I'm coming.
I'm into it.
And then you're doing it. And then you're doing it all the time. It seems like every time, like first person to call, hey, we're going to take the boat out. We're going to go fish all night long and not come home. I was like, all right, I'm going. Some of the best memories is those nights we was out there bottom fishing, just sitting there drinking and
all night long
and fishing.
Yep,
all night long.
100%. One of the best like overall like fish because I love fishing and camping together. Like I'll go and visit a spot and set up camp and fish an area for like 2, 3, 4, 5 days if I'm able to pull it off. And then go, and I just love the chase of like new water and all that kind of stuff. And one of the best like outings I ever had, there was a content creator, Todd Grubbs. He's based in New England. He does like a lot of saltwater content and bass and carp content as well. And I was, I love the chase of like multi-species fishing. I loved keeping everything diverse. And I think it was. We were in Rhode Island. We were camping. It was a mild winter this year, and we were truck camping by this little pond. We had carp rods out with like the alarms and everything all night. We didn't get so much as like a false alarm. It was so dead.
You said a false alarm,
but it was fun. It was unbelievable. I was like, this is a totally different style of fishing because that's like you get into that kind of fishing because you're like. Yeah, catching those 5, 6, 7 pound bass are great. If you go down south, the double digits and stuff, that's awesome. But if you want to catch a 50-pound fish, carp and catfish are your ones to get to focus on.
Yeah, but it's that whole sit and wait for me.
Yes, it's
and
a different style of fishing.
Catfish fisherman And content creators of catfish are just killing it. They are killing it.
Yes.
And we have these issues with I would say issues. I like to start trolling with them because they always trolling the bass fishermen. They're always trolling the pan fishermen. It's like, oh, my fish could eat your fish, but your fish stinks. I mean, all fish stink, but they stink. You ever had a catfish that just shitting all in your damn cooler?
I don't know, man.
Man, it's just people who ever have put one in their live well, it's the worst decision ever made, and please don't do it. Don't try it.
Yeah.
It's not worth it. Your live well is just done. I got a blanket on because the Potomac River is where I normally fish at, which it's got some issues that just happened. I'm gonna be talking about that in a future song.
Yeah,
a little sneak peek of that information. But
I think I know the issue you're talking about too.
Yeah, the sewer main break that happened. That's going all down the Potomac River. I think that's what they said. I forgot how many. It's like I think 230 million gallons or something like that.
It's
240 million gallons.
It's funny because we
have sewage.
We have similar situations up here in the Connecticut River. It happens all the time. Like you get this overflow of water up here, and it just dumps like millions of gallons, like sometimes 6 or 7 million at a time. It'll happen over and over and over through the year, and it's like,
but when
you got to change the infrastructure.
It's a pipe bust this time, and last time it was heavy rain, and it's like, well, the rain's going to shut it down.
Yep.
Well, the pipe busted. And the water's frozen.
Yeah.
It was completely frozen. So now all that stuff is just sitting there and they testing the waters like, yo, it's E. coli crazy. It's heavy.
Yeah.
And don't have the kids around. Don't let the dogs drink the water. It's like, damn, man, it's that bad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was
I don't know if it's gonna like have a heavy algae bloom because it's been sitting around. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't have no clue. Sometimes I don't know if I'm gonna fish in there like that. And I say to myself, you're lying to yourself. You're definitely going to go fishing.
Yeah.
And that sewage water, it is what it is. It's not like I got to eat the fish. I'm just trying to catch big bass.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. 100%. And the Potomac does have great fishing. Like it has great catfish fishing. It has great everything, Yeah. You get stripers in there as well, I think, don't you?
Yeah. I in the late fall, high, like far up the Potomac. Now, the lower Potomac, we got stripers all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, I got this year, it was the 23rd of December. Well, it's a bit of last year, technically, but the 23rd of December, we caught, I would say, it was 17. I got the video up on my YouTube channel. 17 stripers over 40 inches.
Over 17 over 40. That's not a bad day at all.
Yeah, and all casting form light tackle.
Yeah, that's the best.
That was so good, and what made it the best because my son's been deployed. He's been deployed for like the last year. He was deployed in Germany, so he just got back into Texas.
Yeah.
And he came home for Christmas, and we had him for the 2 weeks of Christmas. And, I wanted to go fishing with him. We went hunting. We went goose hunting, got completely skunk goose hunting.
Yeah.
I don't know if they call it skunked. I don't know, but we didn't shoot a damn thing. And he's a gun bunny. He loves shooting guns.
Yeah.
And he was so intense that he wanted to shoot a goose. And we didn't shoot any geese. And they flew by all the time, like the whole time we was out there. Like they'll come through, really? And we got them to turn a few times, but they never came in close range. I didn't know nothing about hunting geese. I'm a deer hunter. I like to hunt deer. I mean, I like to hunt turkey.
Yep.
I don't eat geese like that, so I don't like kill things that I don't eat.
Yeah.
So, I said I'll go because I wanted to film it. And he wanted to shoot the gun, so we went. We got skunked. The next day, my buddy said, "Hey, you want to go out catching stripers? It's gonna be windy as hell, but we can go stay close in the shore." And I'll tell you, I've never seen stripers act the way we was. Probably about, I would say about 100, maybe 200 feet from shore, just sitting there, and these fish were just boiling. It was so much bait in this cove, and Like they was bumping into the boat. Like you could see the fish is rolling and we just casting baits into them, man. My son lit him up and he didn't want to quit. And I said, man, we've been caught enough fish. I didn't know how his arms weren't tired.
That's what I'm saying.
My arms were killing me.
Oh yeah, you catch that number of fish of that size, let alone the casting alone, like just like that's work. You know, you're like really working.
So much work, so much fun though. I wouldn't trade it for nothing. And the experience with my son, I got to fish with him in over a year's time. I mean, it was just like the best moment to be a dad. It's like, man, and see the look in his eyes, like he never caught a fish that big anyway. So it was like, look, he didn't even know which one was his PB. He was so confused how many big fish he caught.
Yeah. That's a great day, man. That is a great day. Let's talk a little bit about your rig. Like, what are you fishing out of these days?
I got a Z18 Nitro.
Yep. That's a nice size boat, nimble, you know?
Yeah. I got 150 horsepower and then this is a brand new boat. I bought it brand new after
I think that's the way to do it.
I got the little deal I did with Bassmaster, Bass Pro Shop.
Oh, there you go.
We did the theme song for Bass Pro Shop.
Yep.
Shout out them for letting me get a boat out the deal. I like that.
That's awesome.
And I got some money and it was pretty decent, but still waiting on them to get this whole video thing. Apparently, they dragged their feet on a lot of things, and I've heard that from multiple pros.
Oh, yeah.
So I just let it go. I'm not going to push the issue. I mean, spending some time. All I can do is just wait till they get a shot to shoot the video. So, like I said, trying to keep my nose clean on certain things I say and do, and try to move in an order where I don't look like I'm hurt the brand at all.
Yeah,
but
no, that's smart. It
seems like you could tick people off by doing the slightest of things.
It's all it takes. It's crazy.
Yeah,
it's crazy. But that's all. That's a nice little nimble rig because you can do a lot with that. Like, you know, I mean, you can do a whole lot with that, dude. That's awesome. Now, what is your dream rig?
I don't know. I don't really have a dream rig. Like I know I'm going if we talking bass boats, just because I'm not going to offend no potential sponsor of any type of sort, because I want some sponsors. Can you help me out? That we're going to try to just to let you know, I ain't cheap, but I'm available.
I hear what you're saying.
I'm trying to talk to them in a way where I don't seem like, look, I know my worth.
100%.
That's all I want to say.
It's the most
I know my
thing.
worth, but I'm highly open. I want somewhere, a home type situation. I don't want to be like I'm glued to something I don't believe in.
Yep.
Nor when I do certain things for you that you don't back me up on helping me push it and work.
Yep.
So with the Bass Pro Shop thing, they bought the music. They hooked me up and they said, well, you're going to have to use that money to pay for your own music video and all that stuff. That was how it started off. And I was like, all right. So then I have to go get an insurance policy to use the store, send all these documents, sit there, send a script on how I want this music video to be shot. I came up with a good idea. And I'm going to tell it to you, since we're on this podcast, this is the idea. So this is the script that I submitted. All right. Just think of a couple riding down the road, right?
Yeah.
They're doing a road trip. Normally it starts off like that. You know what I'm saying? We're just taking a road trip, all right? Because the song starts off like that. The song starts off, it's easy, writing songs, speaking from the heart. But singing about you is the simplest part. So to make you think it's a love song, so to have the couple sitting there and they're riding, right? Well, you notice that his wife falls asleep. He sees the Bass Pro Shop and he's like, shh. And he makes a detour to the Bass Pro Shop,
Why
right?
not?
Now she's still sleeping. He sneaks off into the store. This is how I had the script all lit out. I mean, it sounded like the perfect commercial for me because I know if I'm buying a product, I want to be sold on the product.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
So the guy walks into the store while she's asleep. She wakes up while he's in Bass Pro. Sees we at Bass Pro. She's all mad. Why the hell we here type thing.
Yeah.
And she runs into the store. Then she starts noticing stuff in the store that she likes. And now I bring in the element that, hey, it's not just for guys. You know what I'm saying?
Definitely.
It's a family place, a family environment. And then inside the aisles is like, you'll have this YouTuber doing this, or this social media influencer doing this, that do fishing stuff, and we do all like this. This is how we had it planned out. And then at the end, as soon as you see me, and it looks like I keep going cutting back and forth to me, and you see me fishing.
Yep.
But I'm singing a song and like going back and forth. But actually, I'm fishing in the big tank.
Yes.
And then security drags me out. That's how it ends. And cut, scene, edit, print. That was beautiful. It was a great idea. I submitted all that. They approved it.
They did.
Right.
How long ago was this?
Right.
How long ago did they approve it?
That was last year sometime.
Oh, really?
Then they had an issue because the woman wouldn't give me. They wouldn't only give me. They wanted $3 million security insurance for shooting inside the store.
Yep.
They would only approve. The camera people only approved 1.5. And I'm like, all right. So what are we gonna do? So I figured I'll try to talk to them.
Yep.
Then Johnny Morris had a ribbon cutting ceremony for a new Bass Pro Shop in Florida, and one of my guys that was out there shot the video of them going up there with Johnny Morris. I took that, put the music behind. Well, I didn't put the music behind it. The music was already on it because they were playing the music, and I was like, "Look, Johnny Morris is listening to my music while I listen to that."
Yeah.
That video goes viral. Did like, I think 1.5 million views, and then I took that because it's all marketing. So you got to play
100%.
your cards. I'm trying to come from a place of strength when it comes to making them make a move. So I send it to Bass Pro. They see it. Oh, shoot, it did go 1 million views. And they say, look, we want to give you some good news. Told me some information and other stuff that didn't happen either. But it's like, look, we want to shoot the music video for you. Are you cool with us not doing your script idea or whatever? And I was like, I only came up to that because y'all told me I had to have
needed something.
A script.
Yeah.
And I gave you a script trying to get the ball rolling.
Yeah.
But yeah, this has been going on for a while.
Man, that's crazy.
I talked to, like I said, I've been talking to Gerald Swindle. Like Gerald Swindle, I met him at the Fishing Expo in Richmond a couple months back, and Gerald's been cool as hell. That's why that Slackliner song, I put it out there. It's like, that's because he was giving me wisdom. He was talking to me. He's helping. Like he's really a music guy, like a music buff. Like he got all of it. So he's being a little bit of the inspiration behind this new mixtape coming out, Beer Bait and Bars 5. I know people been wanting it.
Yep.
And
nice.
Yeah. It's a lot of old school. I won't say old school. It's just because it makes me feel old.
No, I know what you mean, man.
A lot of 2000, early 1990 type hits we're bringing back and making them fishing classics.
No, that's great, dude. That is great. And it's funny, like you mentioned Swindle, and I think like that is what tournament fishing needs, is more of their organic personality. You know what I mean?
Oh man,
I think
he's 100. It's like talking when I talk to him, I look like I'm talking to like one of my fishing buddies.
Yeah,
and I that whole vibe is like changed the moods. Like it's like we sat there and talked to him for like 2 hours there, and he's like we talked to him for a few minutes, and he had to run and go do something else.
Yep.
He said, "Man, come on with me," and then he said, "Man, come back. We're going back, go talk again." And we sat down and talked some more. It's like, man, this dude is legit. 100%.
That's wild, man.
And I think he was like when I did that rod flexing video like over 12 years ago. He was like one of the first things. I'll do it, and he jumped in the video.
So cool.
To find out that he's like a big rap. Like he loves a rap. Like his favorite rapper is Lil Wayne.
Lil Wayne, really? All right. Okay. Okay.
I was trying to find a Lil Wayne song I could do a parody of, but then I was like, man, I don't know. I was still on the fence on doing it, and then I don't know. I'll figure out something. I wasn't trying to go too far into what I want to do yet, because I'm more a person that's if I get the idea, it hits me all at one time, and then I got to go execute. I got to really just go execute. So if I'll say if I'm fishing.
Yep.
I'm just fishing and I'm just singing random songs to myself in my head. And then I switch the lyrics in my head and I know the songs. Like, you know what? I'm going to go into that a little bit deeper.
Yep.
I'll find the instrumental, I'll play it, and then I continue on. If I get a little bit of a segment and I plug it in and record that little bit of a segment and I like it, everything is just like a river that starts flowing. Right? All the inspiration starts coming out. It's like, bam. And I can knock it out within hours. And that Suno or whatever it is, that AI stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Like, when it comes to, I can write a song on there in seconds.
Oh, yeah.
Compared to anybody else. Like, I write every song that I ever put out there and I put it in the AI and see how it is going to.
It's a nice way to demo it.
Because sometimes it messes up some of the lyrics or whatever. Like the instrumental's not right, and I won't put none of it out. But if what I thought it was going to be is what it is, I'll give it to the public. I was writing them at the bus stop when I lost my job and I didn't have nothing to do. I was like, and dropped the kids off at the bus. I said, man, see if I can write a song before this bus comes.
That's perfect, dude.
And I sent it out there, and people's like, yo, well, that bow fishing song was one of them I did. They was like, yo, I had people like randomly call me, like a lot of people randomly call me, mess me. You got to release that. You got to put that out there. I wasn't going to do it. I just made it just so I can do it. Somebody said, hey, can you make a bow fishing song? I said, watch this. Boom.
And that's a niche in the fishing community that gets like zero representation. You know what I mean? Like positive or negative. It's like nobody really talks about bow fishing unless like you're a charter or something like that. Like that's what you're doing. But like I don't know. It's like the content is so hard to create for it because a lot of like the platforms have issues with like the banning of what they do and the weapons, and that makes it so hard. I get banned just sitting in my vehicle recording a live stream from TikTok all the time. Oh my God. I stopped going TikTok live. TikTok's the worst. Yeah. I feel like I'm too old for it. But you know, I work so hard to get up to like 1,000 followers so I could take it like to that next step. And I'm like, I would do live.
Well, I didn't have to work for none of that.
Yeah.
I literally never got on TikTok. And I'm telling you, God honest truth, why I got on TikTok. I stayed away from TikTok the whole time.
Yeah.
Because all they said kept telling me TikTok, oh, it's just kids dancing. It's just kids dancing. Yeah. And I stayed away from TikTok. And then I got flooded in my inbox. Oh, this person using your song. This person using your song. This person using your song. I mean, that happened every single day, at least 30 to 40 times a day. I was getting a message from somebody talking about who's using my song and their TikToks. And I was like, all right, well, let me go look at it. And I'm looking at these songs and I'm looking, damn, they got 1 million views. Oh, how you get 20 million views on this? I'm like, all right, bet. I get on there and make my account. And how everybody's saying they're struggling to get to 1,000 followers.
Yep.
Literally in the first 3 days, I had 30,000 followers. And I was like, shoot. Then I started my hashtag BroNeck music.
Yep.
And then TikTok started doing weird shit. I got up to 110,000 and it just started freezing. Like the growth just stopped. I didn't do anything, no promotions. I wouldn't do promotions. And then they started trying to sell them promotions harder.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's because of this and that. And that's all like, yep, this is all scam trying to get money out your pocket.
Yep. So you got to buy advertising. You got to do such and such.
Right.
I feel like in a way, like you see, Instagram used to, in the early days of the podcast, Instagram was just on like this constant, we were hitting like 500 followers like every X number of months. Like it was just bang, 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 bang. And it started to add up. We hit 16K and we've teetered within 16K for like 2 years now. And I can't get to 17. Like I just can't do it. You know, it's crazy. I finally got TikTok up to that. And it was, it was just fine. And I understand like it's business. You got to spend a little bit of money. To make
it's just, you can't sit there when people are like, how did you get this? It's like, I can't explain to you something I don't understand.
So much further than we can comprehend.
You don't understand.
Yeah. No, it totally makes sense.
You wonder why you're frozen. Like I looked at people that were underneath what I had, and they completely grew their channel while I was still stagnant. Yet I was putting out prime content all the time. I was boom, 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 boom. I'm not getting no views. One of my buddies, this is on Facebook. He had one video, and I seen gold. I knew it was gold.
Oh, yeah.
I knew it was gold right off the break. I said, "Yeah, that's funny as shit." And if we as fishermen, we're gonna laugh if you see anybody get hooked in their face. You're gonna laugh, right?
Yeah, and you're gonna share it.
It depends how bad.
Yep.
But we've all been there.
Yeah,
we've all got
100%.
hooked it with a jig, bopped upside the head, and seen stars a little bit. I mean, so when he did it, what was gold was that he only said shit one time.
Really?
And I was amazed, like, yo, you would have got so many 4-letter words out of my mouth if that would have happened. He had right in his nose, all right? And he did it in front of his kids. His kid hooked him. He had 3 kids sitting on the bank watching him, and then he walked behind his son, got him, right? And I was like, damn. And I was like, yo, and I was like, man, I just dropped this song with my boys.
Yeah.
I got one song I did with my sons that they sung called Take Me Fishing. And it's like, this is a proper opportunity to take this video, put that music in the background, and this will have them take kids fishing.
Definitely.
Sound like good plan. I put that out there, 3 million views. But this is one of the times when I'm reading the comments and they're all bashing him. I said, nah. I said, look, he was happy that they get to see his video going 3 million views. I was like, look, you need to post the whole video, even though it was long. I said, you need to post the whole video. If they would have seen how you stayed so freaking calm down your children, told them it wasn't their fault because I made the mistake. And like, he was such a great father. Like, yo, you deserve the Father of the Year award for real. Post that video up there. You know, when he posted the link to his video, the original video, the whole thing, 30 million.
Really? 30 million. Holy shit.
I think he went from, I want to say 26,000 followers to over 100,000 followers. Just that fast.
That's wild, man. That is wild. Yeah. That is wild. But it's got all those elements. You know what I mean? The relatability, the fact that, like, you know, you nailed it. Like, if somebody gets hooked, they're going to share it or they're going to engage because we've all been there. Or it's one of our biggest fears, the thing that we try not to acknowledge when it comes to fishing, but it's a reality. And if it's a really bad one, it's the shock. You've got to see this. I can't believe that. There was this one time where I got hooked. I was fishing with a buddy of mine. He's been on Instagram like forever. Delirious Angler, great dude. Love this guy. All of his pictures for a while, he had these face masks like Joker, like skulls and stuff on them and everything. These big buffs. And we were fishing in his boat at this great spot near me, river system. We get out there, and I had just got this brand new lipless crank from a guy who was just getting into painting, and it was just this awesome yellow perch pattern. So I put on some hooks, and the day before I was like, yeah, we're going to throw this around. This is perfect. We got a bunch of grass in this one area. I'm going to be ripping this thing out of it. It's going to be great. This is like a 12 or a 13-inch yellow perch, bites the back of it. I get this thing in the boat, and I'm trying to get it out. And as it I'm holding like an idiot. I'm holding the plug, and it, you know, moves, and it slips out of my hands. Like the clear coat's so new, there's no texture there. It slips out of my hands. It comes down. It lands like right here in my thumb, like right there. It was so bad. So I'm like, I got the fish on me. I got the lure in my thumb. We got to figure this out. So, and it's weird because there is this sort of calmness when you get hooked like that. Like,
right.
It's like time just stops. You're like, okay, hold on a second. And it sucked. It sucked big time. But what came next sucked worse because both D and I, we hadn't done like the braid trick to try to move, try to pull a hook out or anything like that. We had never done this. So, of course, we had to sit and watch like 2 or 3 YouTube videos to get
we got to do this. We got to do it this way. It's
YouTube University, you know? So we look it up, and I'm like, all right, okay, we'll go ahead and do this. And this was deep. Like, it was way in there. And he's like, so I take my split ring pliers and I free up the rest of the bait and put it off to the side and everything. And I got this hook in here and I'm like, all right, so we're going to give it a shot. Now, the thing is with me, I'm a big guy. I'm like 300 pounds I was over 300 pounds at the time. I'm a little bit lower now, so that's good. But I'm sitting on the floor of the boat, and he's sitting in front of me. He's like a former like semi-pro football player. He's a big dude too. And he takes like this like 50-pound braid off of this spool, sets everything up. I'm holding it down like this, and he goes, so do you want me to tell you like when I'm going to do this or no? And I was like, I'm not sure. And he just goes, bang. And he pulls it, and my entire body moved forward. It was so bad. So then I like, my sister is she's a physician's assistant. So I reach out to her and I was like, look, do you think this is something I could do at like what do you call it, like walk-in clinic? She's like, I would call. She's like, and if not, she's like, I don't have the stuff with me. I'd have you just come to my house and do it. But she's like, she works in an ER. And she's like, I'm going to go have you talk to one of my friends at work. So that's what I did. I went in there, and there was a girl that was from one of the local colleges, and they were doing a study program in there. And she's like, I haven't seen anybody have to work with this kind of an injury before. She's like, is it okay if I watch what they're doing? And as she's doing this, she's asking me questions to fill out paperwork and everything. I'm like, okay. They shot me up so full of lidocaine, it was ridiculous. My thumb felt like it weighed 60 pounds. It was ridiculous. It was just all drugs. And I can feel the doctor doing whatever he's doing, and the look of absolute sheer disgust and pain. Like, he had his leg up like on like the gurney where I was for leverage, finally released this thing, and he's like, you didn't feel any of that? I was like, no. He broke a sweat trying to pull this thing out of my hand. It was so bad. It was so bad. But it's relatable, and people they're like, you got to see this, and they'll share it. So yeah, I don't think I'm about to go hook myself intentionally, but it's getting close.
Nuh-uh.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That and falling in the water.
Falling in the water. I that's another thing. I always think about that with having the boat. Be like, man, I ain't fell in the water yet. I watched so many people fall in the water, and there's been times I've been close. Yeah, I've been close. One time I fell so bad, like at the boat ramp right at dark. I thought it was going in. Thought I was going in, but I didn't. I felt when I hit the ground and my ass hurt so bad. Oh yeah. Afterwards, I sat there and I was like, man, I didn't fall in the water. Like, I'm looking up at the stars and like, I didn't fall in the water.
It's like a win, You're like, yes, all right, we made it.
I didn't go.
Oh man,
but I fell in the water at a youth tournament one time on a John boat. We used to rent the John boats because I didn't want to take my rig and stuff like that and do all the extra stuff, and don't want to look like I was cheating.
Exactly.
We had so I just go get the John boat, grab the trolling motor, and put it on there. And I remember we knew we was going to win. Like, yeah, we got this. It was a good day. We caught it was a multi-species tournament, so they had trophies for each species. Like, we caught multiple bass. We caught multiple crappie. We caught a lot of crappie. Like, we punished them. So me and my son are heading in, and I decide I'm going to take this lead battery and this trolling motor in my hand. When we get to the boat, with like it's like a pier, which they attach like all the John boats to. So it's still out in the water. Yep. But it's a pier that they attach all them to. So we put the front of it in, and I got to walk from the back with the trolling motor and the battery. And I don't know why I tried to do it both at the same time, because I was like, just go ahead. We getting off this boat, so I'm done. So I'm carrying both of them. And that whole boat shifted forward right when I got to the end. I went right in the water, come out soaking wet in front of all these kids. All the kids. And parents and stuff like that. And it's like, man, it's crazy seeing that happen. I was like,
it's nuts.
I went just like this with my key fob to my vehicle. It still started. Good.
We're all right.
I ain't worried. He said, you see me soaking wet, but I bet we win. Came back with 4 trophies.
Really? Dude, that's not a bad day.
Yeah.
That's not
so it didn't matter. He didn't get me off my game. Yeah, I did get wet.
Yeah.
But we came back with 4 trophies.
That's awesome, man. So this is I usually end most of these interviews with like a 2-part question, and the whole like premise of Jigs and Bigs, it's all been about like fishing stories, like the stuff we were just talking about. That's what this is all about. So what I want from you are 2 stories. One of them being like the moment you're like most proud of on the water, and it could be for any reason. It could be a PB, it could be the people you were fishing with, it could be, you know, anything at all. But the other one that I want is like the biggest, like that biggest epic fail, because, and that's the harder one for most people to answer because we have so many of those stories. Picking one,
right?
You know, it's tough. So go ahead, take a minute and jump in, and right. We'll go ahead and do this.
So I'm gonna say my proudest moment.
Yep.
Fishing was another youth tournament. This is with my middle son Cameron. When it comes to fishing, you know, when you got younger kids, you feel like you're doing so much to help them. Even if it's being annoying too, you know. So when you're out here all the time, I gotta untangle your line. I gotta put this bait on your hook. I gotta do all that extra stuff, that dad stuff, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And at this time, I'm fishing too, and he hooks into a monster at this tournament, right? And he got it all the way in by himself.
No kidding.
The whole thing.
That's
wacky
great.
rig, small hook at that. So he got the fish in, and we only caught 2 fish that whole tournament. But that one fish he caught was the biggest one, and he won $100 for that fish, and he was happy as hell.
That's not bad at all, man. That's a good
got that
proud
picture. Hold up. We're gonna show you the picture too, because I got it right here.
Oh, perfect, man.
So you put this up on here. Ain't that cool?
Hell yeah.
All right. Let me get this off this wall real quick. This is the little thing that they gave him right here for the tournament itself.
Oh, that's cool, man.
And make sure you can see that up on the camera. Then that's also his biggest bass he ever caught. And he did it all by himself.
That is great,
I didn't get to weigh it because they wanted to get it back in the water so fast. But when he learned he could win money from fishing,
oh, that's game over.
It changed his perspective about going fishing.
It definitely does. It definitely does. I'm convinced that that's part of the reason why I stopped fishing with the level of excitement I had when I was a kid, was because my dad and I would just get skunked constantly. Like, we might go and catch some stalker trout, but I was like, we were just drowning worms. You know what I'm saying? But that is awesome. That is definitely a great moment to be most proud of. You know what I'm saying? That's awesome. But what about that biggest fail?
Oh boy. All right. So my little brother had a 30th birthday party. It was in September. It was still warm.
Yep.
Now, he never caught a smallmouth bass, so I was like, we can go catch a smallmouth bass. We went and did this stuff on our birthday.
Yeah.
Going down, we got a like a guided trip, which takes a raft down the rapids of the Shenandoah River. And I was like, yo, we ain't got paid for it. We ain't got to do all that. That way we don't have to be confined to the time limit that them going down the river.
Yep.
We can take our kayaks and we can go down this river and go catch our smallmouth ourselves.
All day long, right?
That was the plan.
Yeah.
Right? Wrong. Stupid plan. Dumb idea. Worst idea I ever had in my life. Because we're going down these rapids and some of these places, because the river's been, they said, is extremely lower than it used to be.
Okay.
So we're getting stuck on some of these rocks and these kayaks and stuff like that. Like, we're getting stuck. And if you get stuck on the rocks with the running water, it's filling the kayak up right behind you.
Yeah.
So sometimes we had to pull off to the shoreline and dump the boats.
Yep.
Well, it got so far down the river where the shoreline turns into these sides of these big ass hills, like going up 20, 30 feet. You're not climbing up that hill to do the same thing. So now we're stranded in certain areas. We was getting really messed up. Like, I mean, it's still a shallow river, and it was deep and shallow and deep. It's going all through, man. But it got to a point where I had to abandon the kayak. I just jumped out and started swimming. I said, forget it.
Oh my God.
we was on the water. I think we got there at 8:00 8:00 in the morning. We didn't get off the water until like 8:30, and we were climbing through the dark trying to find the kayak. Like my brother, he's in the Army too. But he jumped down there and got the kayak. It got stuck on some rocks and went in the water to go get it. I was like, yo, I was just gonna tell my son, because it was his kayak, that yo, somebody stole it. I don't know what happened to it, because I couldn't do it. I was so out of breath when I swam back to shore and I got up on that hill, because I had to climb that big hill by myself. With, like my fishing rods, my gear. I threw them up the hill. Yeah, that was the worst idea. I don't know how much tackle I lost. It's all floating down that river.
Yep.
Yeah, I lost a lot of stuff.
It's crazy.
Yeah, that was a terrible idea. It was really, really bad. But it's a good memory. We talk about it when we go fishing. Remember that time we went down there?
For sure.
It makes it worse. Like people, when they saw us when we got back, it was like, yeah. He said, we went down to Shenandoah. He said, on them kayaks? I said, yeah. He said, nobody ever does that.
River fishing on
normally
its
they
own.
stop at that one spot. I say, but we didn't know none of that. We didn't know nothing about any of it. I think, what the hell did we do? How did we get? So yeah, we took 2 vehicles. So that's how the guy did it at the place. He actually dropped us off, and then he dropped us off, then drove his vehicle down to the other end, and then copped the ride with somebody else. Back up to the vids and rode the rafts down, and we loaded up and we rolled out of there. Yeah. That's how it worked.
Classic flow.
So I said, well, you drive your vehicle, I drive my vehicle with your kayak, and then we'll just throw them on the one truck and we'll drive them back.
Yeah.
So we had to make it back down the river to get to his truck.
Exactly. Damn.
Yeah, but it still was dumb. Man. The plan was not thought out properly, and whoever thought of it need to do more research about that river, because that was not a good idea.
It is rough.
I don't know what I was thinking. I just wanted, and that was just being cheap, because we just spent that $500. We would have had the guide trip. I was like, man, we could stay out there longer, because we were passing so many good spots when we went the last time. I seen so many small. I was like, yeah, I could have stayed in this creek a little bit longer if I hadn't be constricted to this time frame that we got this guide for.
And it's interesting because, like, you make a really good point. Like, I am a big proponent of fishing with guides, especially in new water where you have a limited amount of time. So, like, I had a trip where I wanted to go with my buddy to fish Chickamauga, and we had, like, through the show I was talking with Alex Rudd, and he brought up Caleb Bell, and Caleb he is a gifted guide. He's been fishing Chick for so long. So we put 2 and 2 together. My buddy Paul and I, we drove down for like, what was it? Like, I think we were down there for like 3 nights. 2 nights, maybe something like that. And we went down, we spent one day out, and we're like, yeah, we're going to go out with a guide because we have one day to actually fish. The rest of the stuff, we're just going to be tourists. You know what I mean? So, and we're going to be there for a short period of time. And we sent it, but it was so well worth it. Like, the weather conditions, like, you got to deal with that stuff no matter what. But had we gone out in our own rig and fished, or we brought our kayaks or whatever we were doing at that time, we would have wasted so much time. But now, not that I feel like I can say like, oh, I've got spots, but at least I've had eyes on that area. So, like, yeah, going out, and you look at, like, you know, guides aren't cheap, but the value with a good guide, like, you get that exposure
and the knowledge that you get. I've done that for Lake Anna. I've had the Garmin Live Scope stuff set up on my boat, but I didn't know how.
Yes.
I mean, everybody's got their own specific stretch, and they were saying how great this guy was. I mean, he looked like he was a mathematician. He had it dialed in, like he was just moving his fingers, and he had it so dialed in, like, man, he put me on some fish. And then we went on my birthday in February. It's ice cold. It's snow on the pier and everything like that. Yeah. And man, I probably caught about, I would say, roughly around 15 to 20 pounds of bass that day. That's on that trip on an 8-hour little. I mean, that's amazing for that time of year.
For that time of year, that's
it was
bag.
Windy. We didn't stay on them, but if I seen a fish on that live scope and I casted for it, almost every fish.
That's great, man.
If I seen it, but it was the wind so windy, you know, that front facing sonar, it's moving you. You're trying to keep them in scope so much.
Yep.
But man, his shit was so dialed in. It's like every one of them was eating if you found them and you could locate them and get that bait down to them, boom, they're going right at it.
I've only fished with like forward facing sonar as like a co-angler. Like I've fished on Joe's boat. He's got forward facing. I'm not taking that leap yet. Joe and I have very different boats. He's got an Icon, a nice like 22-foot Icon, like beautiful 250 4-stroke Merc, like just an amazing boat. I have a 17-foot Lund V hull, and with a 50 horse outboard. And I just put electronics on. I think it was this last August. I basically Frankensteined my electronics. I've got two what would be fantastic graphs for like a kayak, like a Garmin Striker 2 up front. So I have 2D sonar. That's all I'm really concerned with. And then I've got side scan. I got my Lowrance Hook 5 on the console, and it's changed everything. But the couple of times I've been on somebody else's boat where they've had forward facing, I've been dumbfounded, just absolutely dumbfounded. And I've talked to enough people too that are just like, you got to be careful because you might find something and you're casting to a log that has, you know what I'm saying? That's like the beam is hitting it just the right way, or it's a gar or a catfish or whatever, and you're putting this effort into that drum.
Catfish, Potomac River.
And you get it in your mind that it's a lunker, and you're like,
drive you nuts.
Yeah, it's wild.
You can find a school and think you got a nice school of crappie, and it'd be these little tiny catfish and just drive you nuts. That just mess everything up.
I love
slime all over your boat, tearing your carpet all up. Nasty critters. They nasty.
They are.
Hey, I got a blanket just for that, and it looks like it's been used in a porno. Just for all the slime from the catfish. I just had to put it out there. It's like, look, I'm tired of y'all coming in here. If you drop the catfish on my boat, here you go. Here's the carpet cleaner. Clean it up. I'm not doing it.
Yeah, definitely, man. That's one thing I am so glad I got in my boat is vinyl floors. It cleans up so much better. I brought my boat out in the salt this last September for the first time. And a friend of mine and I, she's like, "Oh, do you? Where's your squid knife?" And I'm like,
"What the fuck is a squid knife?"
And she fishes saltwater, freshwater, back and forth, like no problem. So I was like, "Oh, I've got this knife." I was like, "We're using it for squid." Guess what? It's all it's going to get used for now because it stinks. But I had squid guts everywhere. It was the best thing to just go in and spray out some vinyl cleaner, wipe it all down. It was good. I'm like, I could not imagine. Yeah, it's brutal, man. I
can't do it.
This is a fantastic segment, man. This is really, really good. We're going to have you on. Actually, you know what we should do is have you on to guest co-host with Joe and I one of these Friday nights. We
can
get
back I can do that. That sounds like this was a good experience for me to be able to do it. Because I just started recently messing with this Rode microphone and all that stuff. I mean, right now I'm jumping over cables because I try to do it all. When I hooked it up and started the little streaming, there's like, you need the Rode mic. I was like,
you gotta find it
disconnected because I got the other microphone with me recording songs.
Oh yeah, I was
like, let me try to figure out how to do this real quick. And it seemed like it was set up just in the nick of time. And everything sounds good. So I mean, I appreciate you having me on. Well, I'm doing this, and man, I enjoyed when you sent me the link to say you need to watch this and listen. I will listen to you all the way home. I had to drive like almost 2 hours in traffic, and I sat there like, "Yo, these guys are hilarious."
That's awesome, man.
Parm. It was crazy. I listened to the episode that was recorded on my birthday, so I was like,
"That's awesome."
Fucking parm.
Well, and that's what we try to do. Like there was, it was. I forget who said it. Somebody had called me the Howard Stern of fishing podcasts, and I'm like, that
sounds 100% accurate.
I'm gonna own that. I like that. I'm okay with
that shit.
Yeah.
Put that on a t-shirt.
Yeah, I'm here for it. But
they called me the Weird Al of fishing. I said, hell
yeah.
That's why I made that mixtape Weird Al Yankovic. That spawned in all the times people, man, the way you make these parodies like Weird Al Yankovic. I said, that's who inspired me as a kid, watching Weird Al Yankovic.
Hell yeah, man. My house is a huge house that's full of Weird Al fans. My kids, my wife, and there was I think it was for my oldest daughter's birthday. My wife was like, "Oh, I'm bringing her to go see Weird Al in like New Hampshire," and he was doing a bunch of stuff with a symphony. It was the wild, and I'm like, "You only got."
He's a great musician.
Like, that's insane. She has, it's in the room that was my old office before I moved this studio into the disco dungeon. But I have a piece of the sheet music that he autographed for me. And he was like, Bobby Roast Beef, that's cool, Weird Al. And I was like, that's awesome. I'm like, that is so cool. I'm like,
how'd you get the name Roast Beef though?
Oh, so that's actually a pretty good story. I was in a band. This was like, so my daughter was born in 2004. So this was probably like 2005. And I was in a band with this guy who's a bass player, Matt Silverstein. Great dude. We could have been like family that was just separated. I'm a Western Massachusetts native. He is originally from Staten Island, and he went to school in Connecticut for music, and our paths crossed when he moved into Massachusetts. And we were setting up this recording room one day, and we're talking, and he was like, "Oh, just make it small." We barely even knew each other, and he was like, the only thing that we didn't have in common is the fact that he is very much like a lifelong vegetarian, and I am not at all. And he's like, we could 100%, like, everything about us is so exactly alike. And we're talking and just making small talk. He said, "What'd you do this week?" And I was like, "Oh, I was out running errands with Chloe, and I was doing this." He's like, "Oh, that's cool, man. You and your daughter, you and Chloe hanging out all
Bobby Roast Beef style."
And I'm like, that right there is a Twitter handle, and I'm going to use that. And I've been a DJ for like 34 years now, something like that. And I'm like, I'm going to start using that, because forever I would do, like, I'm an event DJ. So I would go to events, and I would work for another company, and I would have this stupid sign. I'm going to show it to you. It's over here.
You put that in front of your whatchamacallit?
I put it in front of my facade. Yeah, put it in front of my facade.
Yeah.
And that was something that company, at the time, was called Mark's Rolling Dance Review, and they had this uniform. It was the dumbest thing. I used to have to wear like a black pair of like suit pants and a white shirt with this like ring. It was like rings, but they were like rainbow color rings. I looked like I worked on a freaking cruise ship. It was the most terrible thing ever. But like, how many DJ Robs are there? But I was like, I made decent money doing that. I worked in television at the same time. So like, I was broke. So
he was in it.
I was in it.
Toronto.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I'm more of a virtual DJ guy for the most part.
Virtual DJ.
This was back when I was
virtual DJ made it so easy to blend and mix songs, and Serrano did for me. But all the DJs was like, you got to get off of that. It's Serrano. Anybody can be a DJ. With virtual DJ, get you Serrano. And I did. I was like, man, give me some virtual DJ back, and I could never get it back to link with my controller.
Yep.
Yeah. It never would link the same after that.
It's kind of, now they've kind of gotten much more similar. I feel like they share a lot of similarities now, but that happens. You have a software program or something. But I was like, I'm going to start using that, because then this way people will know me, So I use that as like when I'd be listed in, credits for a release or something like that. It was always Bobby Roast Beef. We'd be promoting like an event, and I'd use Bobby Roast Beef. And I asked him, I was like, where'd the hell did that come from? He goes, I don't know, man. I just watched Goodfellas the other night, and he was like, and Johnny Roast Beef stuck in my mind. You've seen Goodfellas, right? Johnny Roast Beef met a very untimely end. I'm hoping to not get the same outcome, but I was like, that's pretty good. And the English guys that own the trivia software that I use, they think that it's got to do with roast beef being like an English staple, So they're like, oh, it's our American superstar host is, kind of, it's a tip of the hat to English culture. And I'm like,
whatever you guys got to tell yourself, man. Whatever you guys got to tell yourself.
It's ridiculous.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's all branding. It's just all branding. But dude, this was so good. I'm so glad we did this. Do me a favor though, before we wrap up, and just let folks know if they want to check out music, if they want to follow your content on any social platforms, anywhere, where they can find you. And if you have anything specifically, shout outs for companies that you're working with or anything like that, this is a great time. Go ahead and share the love.
Well, let's see if we can wrap this up without fumbling the ball. All right, because I know how you do certain things, and you're like, later on, I wish I said that.
Of
well,
course.
Guess what? I'll hopefully we can do something else. So I'm not even going to think like that because I'm like, you know what?
Exactly.
That's next time. How about that? That's
sure.
what we're gonna do. So I'm just gonna say, you can find me if you want to do the Facebook thing. I know that sounds old for some folks. But the Facebook, you just got to go to High Speed Chase Official Music. You can find me there. Go ahead, like and subscribe to that. YouTube, same thing. Just go for BroNeck, ENT. Now, that's for almost every other handle. Facebook won't let me change my handle.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I've been had that fan page for a while, so I don't know what it is. But the YouTube, we want to boost them things up. Yep. And I want to get more on my catch line. This is my new catchphrase. I ain't new. I've been using it for the last year and a half now. But don't be a stranger to an angler. Like and subscribe. And that goes on for anytime you see somebody out here. Say if you are a landowner that has a private fishery and somebody comes and asks you to come fish, don't be a stranger to an angler. Let them go fish. It was made for all of us to experience. If they leave trash and stuff like that, you can kick them out.
Sure.
But you tell them to clean up, pick up after themselves, let them fish. Stop being so stubborn. Don't think everybody's going to drown.
Yep.
Not everybody can swim. If they think they're going to be safe, just let them go fish.
Yeah.
Some of these kids get discouraged from fishing because the people that own it, you're not supposed to be fishing here. Nobody's fishing here. Why are you fishing here? You need to get out of here and kick them out. I mean, to me, that is the most pathetic thing. At the same time, I say that if I had a big bass pond that I had set up, I still let people fish. As long as you ask for permission. I'm not going to let everybody fish.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm going to let you fish just because I've been there. I've been in that spot. I got shot at.
Oh, yeah.
Shot at twice.
It's no joke.
And it was worth it both times. That's not just a punchline in my song. It was worth it both times. I still went back. I didn't even know they were shooting at us the first time.
Oh, really?
I told my buddy, I said, look, he said, man, I think they're just trying to scare us off. He's like, yeah, I think they're just trying to scare us off. Till that bullet hit that tree, I was like,
we're out of here.
It's time to go.
Yep. There you go, man.
Time to go.
Dude, this was so good. I am so glad we did this. I definitely think we got to have you on the co-host. I think it'll be a real good time, whole lot of fun. And I'd like to see some of the feedback, like in some of those segments, like the live well, where we're answering questions and stuff like that. I think we could have a whole lot of fun. It'll be good. And
it's like I said, there's still more I want to talk about, but definitely hold you. I mean, it's just I got stories upon stories.
I love that,
and it was good. It's good. Like this to me is still therapy too. Like it is a lot of things that go on in my life personally. I'm a 7-year heart attack survivor. Had a heart attack at the age 35.
Oh wow!
So I have a lot of like passion to what I do, and I was on the board, believe it or not, for a heart transplant.
Oh, for real?
Right. So they had me. They told me my heart was that weak that I was going to have a heart transplant. I was like, oh, all right. So I had to go and get all the shots and everything prepared for the heart transplant.
Yep.
But due to the fact that I have a blood cancer called polycythemia, they were scared to have just any ordinary doctor perform this. So they was going through all these procedures and they're going all that. But the whole time they were telling me, after when you do receive your heart transplant, that you won't be able to fish anymore. And I was like, hell nah, fuck that heart transplant. You ain't gonna take that from me. So I was like, heart, me and you gotta get stronger. And my heart got stronger. And they took me off the transplant list. And I've been good ever since. 7 years, baby. 7 years.
That's amazing.
But it could have been worse. But man, he told me I was going to say I couldn't fish ever again because of the fact that you be close to have the infection rate with the water and bacteria after getting the transplant. I was like, man, yeah, you won't be able to do fishing anymore. I said, you might as well let me die.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not getting a transplant. I'm not. Look. Make sure when you put me on my obituary, I want to be holding the biggest bass. Even if you got to Photoshop it a little bit.
Fair enough. Yeah.
I want to be holding the biggest bass and smiling. I'm going out like that.
That's awesome, man. That is awesome.
That's how we gonna end this segment right there.
Hell yeah, dude. Do me a
true
solid.
Story. Look it up. I ain't ashamed. I got the scar to prove it. Need to see it.
Hell yeah. Do me a favor and send me over a pic of you just holding a giant. And we'll use that as the artwork for this show. Or we will, for sure. Yeah, that's one of the things I like to do.
I got big bass, though. I do got big bass.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
I ain't got I don't have the double digit one that I want. I'm trying to get that stuff scheduled. I got one of the guys I did a song with, shout out Bass Man Rand. Mm-hmm. He's a big bass guy. I don't know if you follow him, but he runs a guide out of Florida. Him and his wife, they put up some big numbers. He's a bass rapper too. So he's got a song called Fishing on My Mind. It gets played, and I did a remix, and I was kind of being somewhat an asshole. I don't think I was being an asshole. I was being brutally honest, if you really want to put it that way. Sure. And I told him I thought he could have went harder on his second verse, and I told him he should let me get it. And he went for like almost a whole 6-7 months, didn't let me get it. Now something, you want to do a second verse, and he sent it to me, and I murdered it.
Good. There you go, man.
I murdered him.
That's the
and
best.
He's like, yeah. So we good. We want to shoot a video for that at some point. And I mean, he's always putting up teeners. I mean, always putting up teeners.
That's
especially this time of year here. Mm-hmm. Always putting up teeners. Some of his videos, and he don't use his music on his videos. He uses other rap music. I don't know why he does it, but that's his business. But man, I think he just need to put his own stuff behind it, because he's getting the views, he's getting the traffic. Yeah. His wife gets the traffic. You might as well do it. You're making the money off of it. Yeah. You want to make the money off it, because they kind of try to limit it, what you use when you use other people's music for your stuff.
Exactly. It's very tough, man. Like it's a challenge. Like I wanted to use your songs in this, but I know that all of the platforms they're gonna flag it right away. We did our 300th live episode, and I'm a disc jockey, so like there isn't a genre of music I don't appreciate, except classical. I'm not a classical guy. It's just not my thing.
Oh yeah,
it's just not for me.
I'm not big on the bluegrass. I can say that. I love country music. I don't. It's some bluegrass songs that I like how they did it. Phil, I just my buddy, he's big. He's like, yeah, he likes that old country stuff. I said, nah, I'm not cool with that. I can't do that bluegrass.
It's all a vibe, but I edited this video because I was like, yeah, I really want to use this song. I yanked the vocals and all that, and I made the open, and I think the episode was up for about 15 minutes before I got that email where it was like, and I did it knowing I was like, I'm going to have to change this. I'm going to have to re-edit it. And I did. I fixed it, but the live stream's still up for the jig heads. They can go and watch it and check it out.
Right.
And the killer is...
I really do.
Yeah. I get it. Like it's, our other artists, property. I totally get it. Want to make sure that we can.
And that's why if you actually, and you can put this on there too. Yeah. Anybody who is really wanting to do their own channel, their music, they need theme music. I'm available. I do music for other people's channels. Hell yeah. I do it all the time. I've done it for pros. I've done it for low level guys if you want it, but they don't want to pay for anything. But I can do it cheaper with the AI stuff. For sure. It's easier for me to do it. I knocked out plenty of people's songs for $50. Boom.
And that's
now you got custom music that you can use anytime you want. If you want to get it registered that it's your stuff, you can do that as well. But it's there. All you got to do is come and find me on the socials. You know what I'm saying? You got all this social media stuff. You can inbox me on the Facebook, you get IG, getting the DM on there, TikTok as well. not hard to find. And we're going to be getting the website set up soon. I keep saying soon. I haven't said this for a while, but it's me taking the time to do that and not doing all the other stuff. I got a couple people that have been saying, we'll do it. And I'm trying to listen, trying to negotiate what's going to be the best. I don't want to go and do that performance for the Bassmasters without having all my ducks in a row. If you know what I'm saying, especially with what happened with the TuneCore situation. We was up to almost 100 songs on TuneCore. So it was 100 fishing songs that were up for people's distribution. And then they pulled all the music down. So I had to rebuild the whole catalog of 100 songs. Yeah. And with that, I steadily get every single day, what happened to the music? What happened to the music in my inbox? And I want it to be, I can't get all the music back. I can put the songs that I have, but you're talking over 12 years of work. I don't have copies to all of it. So I fade away from trying to do everything. Yep. But I can guarantee you a way that you can stop that from happening is you download and not just stream.
Oh, definitely.
I mean, I understand that if you really want the music, if you really appreciate the music,
download it.
Don't stream.
Yeah. Download. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, streaming is great to like listen to in a pinch or something like that. But like,
until something happens,
that's exactly
it. Disappears. Like, where's my stuff at?
Yep. You gotta.
Where's my playlist that we were playing when we were fishing? The reason why you don't have it no more, because sometimes that's what happens. You never know.
That's exactly why when people are like, oh, yeah, you're a DJ, it must be so nice because you can stream everything. Wrong. Multiples of everything. I used to break my back lugging around cases of CDs everywhere. You know what I mean?
Oh, boy.
And a cleaning kit. That was the worst. You know how I used to DJ like early on before like CD? Because when I started, I would make tape reels and I would make 2 mixtapes with counts and I would line them up and then mix back and forth from one to the other. It was like real like radio shit. You know what I mean?
You was, like I said, you was real DJing. I always was a half-ass DJ. I never wanted to DJ. It was like, I need stuff. I got to do stuff to have what I need to do what I want to do. I wanted to perform, and I was tired of how I was getting treated when I would go perform equipment wise. So when I got some money, I bought my own shit. And then it's like, oh, yeah, you DJ, right? And I was like, no, I don't DJ. He said, but I could DJ.
Exactly.
You got the check. And that's how it started. You find yourself doing it. And then it just started getting played out. Everybody's DJing. Oh, they don't want to pay that price. So you can go get somebody else. I paid for a lot of money for this stuff. I'm not coming out here for 2 or 3 hours or the fundraisers stack on top of each other. Like, this person wants to do a fundraiser. This one didn't want to do this and that. And I was like, this is dragging too thin. And that's when I started getting more into the videography stuff. And it's like, what? This pays more. And I don't got to get less hassle. Nobody's sitting there almost spilling a drink on your stuff, you know, knocking over stuff. You ain't got to sit there with this drunk guy. Hey, you know that one song? You know how it goes? The dun dun the dun that one guy with the big head. He sings it like that's a great description of a song. And I ain't that guy to figure out what you're talking about. Just get away from me.
My favorite now is this. Hey, do you have that? That's my favorite. I get the phone in my face and I'm like, yeah, I got you. And immediately it goes to the back of the list. Oh, man.
Right.
BroNeck, this was fantastic, dude. This was so good. I appreciate you, dude. I really do.
Yeah, I appreciate you for you've been trying to get me on here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I knew it was going to happen.
I told you, man, it's hard.
Hell yeah, man.
I try to do things. I want to do different things. I'm trying to be different. I can honestly say as an individual, I'm trying to be a better me. I'm trying to evolve. I mean, and it sounds so much like a Pokemon, but I am trying to evolve as a human being and be more I'm already an outgoing person, but more out to think ahead out of my planning zone, because I'll plan something and I try to focus on trying to get the plan and I overthink it. And then I was like, you know what? This is not going to work because we don't have all the material. Instead of being like, no, we'll go ahead and wing that.
We'll do it.
Let's just do it.
And then we'll
got to do it. You got to do it.
Yep. No, man, this is really, really good. So we will definitely have you on again. Guys, we will be back. We got the live well coming up right after this quick break. Trust me, you don't want to miss out. We'll see you guys in a bit. Don't go too far.
Hi there. Welcome to the Live Well, where we crack open a ramp beer and attempt to answer all of your burning questions.
And it's a good one. This live well is a doozy. We got 3 different calls, all really good ones, actually, to be perfectly honest with you. And let's go ahead. We'll dive in. We're starting with Brandon's call this week, which is a good one because Brandon asks some really, really fantastic questions that get us thinking quite a bit. So here we go.
Yep. You're Bobby. And who the fuck is Joe Brown? So I got a question for both of y'all. Either to be just a tip or the live well. So I've been thinking about making a format, logbook or whatever, on not just bass, but every species. Like, especially for like the multi-species. Like, I just want to keep a logbook and stuff and see what it's doing and all that, because never really did a logbook before. So what would you guys suggest on how would you write down your format or your logbook, and how would you keep track and what to look for when you're writing down tight lines?
I love this question because
Me too.
I have great intentions and know-how, but I also know how the real world works. I totally do. So, first, I would say I think that the idea of making it a multi-species logbook is awesome. And I think it can be done and handled the right way so that you can not make as much for mistakes just by putting in that species in there. One thing that I would recommend is maybe set a certain threshold of when you put entries in there. So maybe don't count every dink bass that you put in. Maybe only record the ones that are over the state minimum of 12 inches or 14 inches or whatever you're comfortable in setting, something like that. Keep it obviously a little bit more universal, but identifying the species is a big deal. The other thing too is that I'm going to say you got to collect as much data as you can and take a good look at the variables, right? So you're going to, and that includes getting the most accurate information. So what that could be is taking all the information that you have from your fish finder, because that's going to come into play. Depth, temperature are definitely factors you're going to want to know about. What was the depth where you were when you caught that fish? Where was it? And if you don't have a fish finder, you can use a topo map to give yourself a good estimate of what you're looking at. So, this is going to go beyond just taking the notes. It's going to be doing the research to get this data. So depth, temperature, the lure you were using, definitely the species. That's going to help as well. I would also recommend that you look into noting all of the weather conditions. So how heavy was the wind? What direction was it coming from? Was it sustained or was it a gust? I would say cloud cover is huge. Cloud cover and wind, we know that they're important, but a lot of times you take that stuff for granted. So maybe the sun came out and you had this day where you were killing it, but you're man, all of these catches were when it was cloudy. All of these catches, that tells you something that it was a factor. I would put estimated visibility for water. Drop a lure that you can see and come up with an estimate of especially if you've got a fish finder and you're okay, I've got an idea of where I am. I can see the bottom and this fish finder says I'm in 5 feet of water. Okay, cool. Yep. So move out a little bit deeper and then drop your lure and see if you can see it, And the more accurate that stuff is, the better it'll let you know. So like maybe you're seeing like 3 foot of visibility and you make an adjustment to the bait that you're throwing or something. But I would collect all of the data that you can in there. Maybe even like barometric pressure trends. What was the moon cycle? You know, because a lot of people say, well, how important is this? Well, how important is that? Really, it's only as important if you know about it. Like you've got to, and you've got to be able to take that data and look back at it and analyze it. So a logbook is a great idea, but having a notebook full of stuff and going through it is going to drive you insane. I would say there's 2 things that you're going to want to do. You're going to want to start an organized spreadsheet of sorts to keep this together. Maybe something like, so you have the ability to sort by species or sort by time of year or specific water conditions, something like that, where you can sort the stuff, make that helpful. So that way you have a database that you can go to, but you're going to want to collect this information right on the water. Because if you don't collect it right on the water, you're more likely to forget. You know, and by doing like, all you have to do is just include species as one of the the entry points, you know, to go ahead and put information in, and you'll be able to, it's just one more way that you can put it together. But I would definitely recommend like collect as much data as possible, right? As soon as you release that fish, you know, and pay attention to the details. And then, you know, go through and try and organize that data in a way where you're able to access it somehow later and filter through it to actually do something with it. Because if you've just got, I've got all these notebooks of all this, every year I buy a brand new notebook and I fill it with all this information. Well, do you ever go back through it?
No.
It's not doing you any good then. Like, you've got to be able to go and do this stuff. And that is a challenge, but I guarantee you will see results from it. Now, do I listen to my own advice?
No.
I fucking haven't taken shit for notes. My notes are generally pictures that I have in my phone, or the videos that I record and put on YouTube. I utilize that as some stuff because I'll go back and look at how things went, you know. So I would say go and start there, collect that information, but to actually take it that next step, take that data and do something with it. What do you think, Joe?
No, I think you nailed it. All the any bit of information is important information.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like, there's no such thing when it comes to catching fish. There's no bit of information that isn't important. So anything you can collect, anything you can look back on is important information because it will help in some way or another. Mm-hmm. And
I agree.
You know, luckily, can't say who, what, when, or where, but you know, Bobby and I have a little insight into a one-stop shop for all that information, so that you could see in the very near future. So can't say what, can't say who, can't say when, but
it's
coming. Brandon, keep a lookout for that.
Yep, 100%. I would, but I would say like you definitely won't lose by taking the notes and getting that information. And there's value in those details. You know, you might be able to go over. Now, I will say this too. You won't get 3 months in and have anything usable about this. You won't get a year in. You won't get 2 years in before you start to see the benefits of this. By about your 3rd, 4th, and 5th year of getting like as good of notes and as good of data as you can put together, you'll start to then be able to utilize that to pick out some patterns. And it's, you know, because each year can change, you know, one field I would recommend also big time, Brandon, additional info. Specific stuff. If you're like, you know, if there's something that was like kind of stuck out to you that made that catch like something that was sort of memorable, like maybe you specifically, you know, you caught a fish on a presentation and you don't swim a swim jig with like the Alabama shake technique or something like that or whatever it is. Like indicate something like that to add additional info as just like a little asterisk. But yeah, and the reason why I say like it'll take years is because this year might be great, but like 2 months ago is totally different than right now. So that year is just that, but you have to weigh it up against the next year. Well, your winter might be different than it was the winter leading into the last spring, you know? So if you give it some time overall, you'll see what the trends are. Definitely, I would say as much information as you can get from your fish finder, though, will help you. Like your depth, your water temp, that is going to help big time. So I would look into something like that, and don't guess with water temp, man. I wouldn't just say like, oh, it's like 50 degrees now. That water's probably about, or let me stick my finger in it and I'll know. Like you're going to want to get that information. So if you have somebody who is fishing that body of water, you know, and they were on a boat, you can say like, hey, does anybody have the water? What were you getting for water temps? You see anybody out there? Hey, what water temp do you have? Even that information is better than nothing, you know?
Yep.
Definitely is.
Yep.
So this next one is a pretty good one. This one comes from Eli.
Hey, this is Eli for a question for the live well. Well, actually, it could be technically for the headlines too. So I'll let you decide. But the USA hockey goalie, if you haven't seen it already, had a jumping bass on the side of his helmet, a eagle holding a largemouth bass, and then on the other side, it was him in a bass boat catching a bass. And so I'm pretty sure, well, actually I know he does. He loves to fish, but I'm wondering if you guys could do some research and figure out, was there any connection, or did he reach out to maybe BASS or any bass organization to kind of set that up, or is it just because he's that passionate about bass fishing? Thought that was pretty cool, and it's pretty cool to see the U.S. win gold in hockey.
I saw this and I was like, this is pretty fucking cool. I'm not aware that there was any kind of like affiliate or affiliation with BASS or anything like that. I think he is, as far as I know, is just an enthusiast who loves.
He's just an avid bass fisherman. That's all it is.
Yeah.
He has no affiliation, anything like that. He just loves bass fishing.
Yeah, let's see. The giveaway is right there on the left side of his helmet. A big, large bass midair with the American flag waving behind it. Plenty of outdoors folks recognize it as some did it of the biggest groups in fishing, including the Bass Fishing Hall of Fame, who saluted the hockey pro on social media. Bassmaster did point out that he's not only the only one in his family with the bass bug. Connor's older brother, Chris, has fished in more than 24 tournaments on the BASS circuit since his college days at Oakland University. So there was, some family connection, but yeah, that's exactly it. Bass angling enthusiast, and definitely, I think when you're, a lot of these hockey players are NHL guys, and like they don't get to represent themselves on their uniform in that sense. But I think that when you're dealing with such a very specific piece of equipment, and he has the ability to put some customization on there, I think that's pretty cool.
Hell yeah, I agree.
I think that's awesome. Oh shit! Fishing in the Sticks chimes in. He says, oh, so the multi-species open is on a full moon. Not saying I didn't select that intentionally, but it's good. And then Brandon says, "Oh, his following went up tenfold." I believe it. So yeah, I don't like, as far as if there was anything official, I don't think there is anything official as far as the helmet or anything and like what he was doing. But I know I've seen a couple of pictures of him like with some absolute tanks. So he's got the bug like we all do, which is awesome, and I'm all about it. Now this next one is a doozy right here, and this is something that I think is gonna be juicy, and I would like for some of you guys to chime in as far as our jig heads are concerned. So I will play this. This comes from Biohazard Bass, and here's Kevin.
Hey, Bobby and Joe, it's Kevin from Biohazard Bass. I wanted to touch base on your episode from 309 episode, how it got cut off. I wasn't able to listen to it, so I'm traveling back and forth from Maryland and going to Spotify and finishing it because I really wanted to get some information on the glides and stuff. I was just wondering about line, what kind of line you guys using, and also I do have a setup for a heavier setup that I bought a long time ago. It's like a Iowa BG, and then I was at Bass Pro. I didn't have anything that I really wanted, so I ended up buying this like inshore saw rod. So I do want to get a new rod, but it's going to have to be a spinning setup. Unfortunately, I know you guys frown upon that, but it is who I am. So if you guys can give me some information if spinning rods would be all right for these big glides and what lines to use, that would be great. All right, guys. See you later.
This one hit me right in the feels. This one, it really did. It hit me right in the feels because I did a little bit of looking and like in terms of like bass gear, you're not going to find much that's going to let you do a whole lot with spinning gear for glide baits. You can throw some things on some light equipment, but by and large, like, you know, when you're throwing like larger baits, and that's really what we're talking about. The vast majority of glides on the market lean toward larger. You're going to be limiting yourself a little bit. Like I think you'll probably get about 2.5 ounce max, 3 ounce maybe on some rods. Like that is just a generalization. Don't come for me in the comments when I say that, but like in bass gear, that's the situation. Now, I'm going to go ahead and take this standpoint right here. I'm going to flip it entirely. Before I even talk about it, Kevin, this is a fantastic opportunity for you to dive into bait casting equipment, okay? Number one, at our 300th episode, you said that you needed to get out of your comfort zone. That was one of your goals for 2026 and start throwing more variety of baits. And that includes some of the larger stuff. Now I know the way Kevin fishes, and I fish a lot of finesse stuff too, but I never want to be that guy that's like in a corner. And that's all I do. So I do enjoy throwing conventionally sized stuff, more finesse stuff, smaller downsized stuff, and also larger stuff. And it's my take on it that oftentimes when you play in the extremes, you can really kind of make magic happen. So the really small, but also the really large, because that middle ground, that conventional area, there's a lot of fish that see that stuff the most often. And if they're a little bit funky, like this might be the move. Brandon goes, I've heard this before. I will say this is a great opportunity for you to do it because it is a more specific, a more technique specific item. Now, I think that practicing with a bait caster with a 3+ ounce bait is easy. I think you'll have a very, very good time chucking a long bait, setting up your reel the right way to go, and I think you'll be able to make. Now, Brandon goes, this is deja vu, but Brandon was the other side because Brandon was getting into bait finesse at that time. Therein lies a little bit more of a challenge because it's so much more challenging to throw that lighter gear. This is a good opportunity for you to go ahead and do it. And then part of the main reason why I bring this up is because of this. It's going to take the availability of equipment that is designed and will work optimally for an angler trying to do these techniques and give you far better options to select from. Various gear ratios, specific rod powers and actions. You'll have more variety and more brands will be at your disposal versus getting into some other stuff. I do have some notes on some spinning gear that you could look at, not specific items. I'm not going down that rabbit hole, but things that you might want to look at and consider that could allow you to do it. I just feel that while, yes, you can catch fish on spinning equipment using glide baits, you're going to be limited in what you could potentially be throwing for glides. And I also think that it won't necessarily be the ideal situation. Like I would never, ever suggest that you start fucking frogging with a spinning combo. I would never suggest that, you know? And in a way, I think with glides, though you can do it, I don't know that I think you would have a better experience overall and a more successful experience if you utilize the tools that would be best suited for that job. It's that analogy of here's a screw. I could put it in with a screwdriver or an impact driver, but I'm going to use a hammer instead. It can be done, just takes more work. You know? So what do you think, Joe?
I agree with the aspect that you're going to have a much easier. How do I put this? There's much more out there that is technique specific. On the casting side of the house.
Yep.
I also understand that some people are either just not comfortable enough or just can't grasp the aspect of a bait caster. My dad is one of them. I've been trying to teach him forever. He just can't fucking do it. He's blown up so many of my reels trying.
Mm-hmm.
With that being said, Kevin, you won't know until you try.
Yeah.
I understand it's a big, it's a big spend to get, the adequate or equivalent, gear you will need to fish those bigger glides. You don't necessarily need to start with a bigger glide either. There's many options that are in that 1 ounce class. When it comes to spinning gear, there is really no dedicated spinning gear to big swim baits or glide baits. Yeah. And like you said, inshore rods and stuff, that's what people are usually using as for spinning setups for that. They're using saltwater striper rods and reels, like that 4,000 series reels or 3,000 series, probably 4,000 series reels. Not ideal. They're big, they're bulky. They're a little bit cumbersome, but it'll get if you are gung ho on a spinning setup, that's what'll get the job done. But you kind of have to do the legwork yourself and be like, okay, I think this reel will work with this rod. Whereas like on the bait cast, the spectrum of it, hey, this is the glide bait slash swim bait rod. This is a glide bait swim bait reel, like in the money, like good to go.
Yep. So fishing the 6 times he uses carp rod might work, might be a little long. Lots of carp, like I have a carp rod, it's 12 feet long. Like it could handle the weight. I don't think it would be ideal. Now it gets down to like, I want to use what Todd said there, woodwork. You could fucking handline a glide bait if you really fucking had the skill set. Awesome. Yeah. The thing is I think what you need to consider is that you want, now I don't know dick about like saltwater gear or anything like that at all. I only learned last September what the fuck a squid knife is, but here we are. You want a longer rod. So like at the minimum, I would say a 7.3 rod. If you can find something that's 8 foot long, that's even better. Like 7.6 is a good like plus spot to focus, something like that, because you're going to want the casting distance for it. Shorter rods, they're not going to load properly. Even with a small glide, they won't. As for power, you want to go with something that's heavier. These are typically, you're looking at something that's around that 1+ ounce mark, all the way up to like 5-6 ounces in some cases. You got to look into, I don't even really feel comfortable giving you powers necessarily, because I don't know how an inshore medium heavy or heavy is going to compare. But like, let's say you were able to find a 7.6 medium heavy or heavy spinning rod that was like a bass rod. Let's say it was out there. You need the backbone to launch a bait that's up to about 2 ounces, that rod needs to be able to control big fish that are at the side of the boat. And you need to be able to sweep set properly, because these are like, you're talking about, they're not small treble hooks, but they are treble hooks, so you want to sweep set these things when you get that bite, sweep into them. Now, as far as action, spinning rods load differently than casting rods do. So, moderate fast, you probably could get away with a fast action, to be perfectly honest, especially with that additional length. That might help you. You basically want that action to allow the tip to load the bait on a cast, but you also still want to maintain the backbone to drive the trebles when you do get a bite. Lure rating is where you're going to find a lot of issues, because you're looking for something that's like anywhere from like 3/4 to 2 ounce in that window. Absolute minimum top end for this would be 1.5 ounces. And most traditional spinning rods are going to max at about 1 ounce. And so if you're finding those, I would not even waste your time. So it gets very difficult. And you nailed it, Joe, with the reel size. You're dealing with heavier line here. You're dealing with 17, 20 pound test. If we're talking fluoro, or mono, you may want to go that route. 3,000 to 4,000 is that sweet spot. Anything smaller is just going to be pushing it. You want a reel that's got a larger spool diameter. It'll be better for line management, and you want a reel that's got a stronger drag system. You can only worry so much about gear ratios when it comes to spinning gear, but like something in like a 6-speed would be fine, and that would be common. I think that would be the easiest thing to come up with, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
the
biggest thing Kevin has to understand when we're trying to explain this is spinning gear for big baits, glide baits, and swim baits is very macabre. It's very out of the ordinary.
Yeah. You're Frankenstein.
It's not something. Yeah, it's we can sit here. We could sit here and give you all this information and to truly like. I think this will work. I can't give you a legitimate answer because it's just so out of the ordinary.
Yep. It is. It's very, very, very odd. So let's take a look at this. Like you mentioned, line. All right. So straight floor would be ideal. You know what I mean? It would be for what you're doing. You're talking about a subsurface bait that, there's no visibility or anything like that. Straight fluoro, I would say 15 to 20 pound test, something like that. But again, you have to consider like, can I fit a decent amount of that line on this reel? So you might be looking at, 14, 15 pound instead. Braid to leader for a spinning situation, I think would be probably your best choice. So do like 30 pound braid. With like anywhere between like a 14 to like even a 20 pound fluoro leader. And utilize that. And what the nice thing is with that, you spool up that. Well, there's two things. First off is the wind knots and the line twist. You're not going to have that with braid. So that would probably be what I recommend. The thing is that with braid, you might want to have a little bit longer of a leader, that has a little bit more stretch because you might be pulling that glide away, when you try to set the hook on a fish. Like if they don't have it, you might actually end up missing fish. So keep that in mind. I would say let's where was I looking at here? Let's talk about some glide baits that are off the table. Like you're not going to be throwing anything that's over like 2.5 to 3 ounces, so like your larger resin or wood baits that are like 8 inches, your true Hinkles or, Depths 250 style baits, your full size KGB Chad Shad originals. Those you won't be throwing those. I think, what is the weight on the Spro KGB Chad Shad? I want to say it's like 2 3/8.
I think it's 1 1/4.
No, it's heavier than that. It's over 2 ounces.
For the
Spro KGB,
I'll tell you right now.
Yeah,
hold on.
I want to say it's over 2. Because I have a picture of the ones that I had picked up. Where is it? It's coming up. There we go. 2 3/8. 2 3/8 ounce, which puts you like it's close, depending on the setup. But you're talking like the micro and finesse glides. These will be your best options. So that 4 to 5 ounce or 4 to 5 inch range that are like 3/4 to 1.5 ounces. The smaller profile ones, you could definitely do that. Like a River to Sea, like an S Waver. 120. The 6 Sense Flow Glider, 130. Savage Gear makes some in that 135 window. I definitely feel like you'll be in
it
that
doesn't
situation.
say on the package.
It's 2 3/8 ounce.
Yeah,
it's 2 3/8 ounce. I have a picture of one of mine on my phone. Yeah, 2 3/8.
Which size is that? It only comes one. No, it doesn't. I have the 180s, I think. Anyway,
yeah. These are the. Can I see it? I can't see it on the angle there. Yeah, they're decent size, but yeah, 2 3/8 ounce. Is it on the top? No, it's not on the top. I'll bet you it's on the other side, and I can't see it because of the way the bait's sitting. But like you gotta, keep in mind that there are downsized options that are there. You could throw the Pistol Pete. You could throw that, but just be aware of what it is that you're doing. Now, I just watched this video with Clutch Swim Baits, and they were talking about selecting swim baits and everything. And in reality, those smaller swim baits will get a bite more often, but the larger swim baits are the ones that are going to do what swim baits are intended. Large swim baits are intended to do and call fish from further away. So you got to walk that line. Like, what is it that you necessarily want to do? I would say, like, the thing to keep in mind is let's talk about the specifics why a bait caster is like the go-to for glide bait fishing. Line capacity and strength. Your bait casters are designed to handle heavier line, like 20-plus pound fluoro or braid, much more comfortably, too. It means that you're going to be better equipped for larger baits and larger fish. I know that this is a sticky one for a lot of people, but like casting accuracy and control. Yeah. I've fished and I'm comfortable with both spinning and casting, and I will just say, like, for my money, the accuracy is infinitely higher when I'm throwing a casting combo versus when I'm throwing something that's spinning. Now, I'm still pretty good, and I can pitch with spinning gear, with no issues at all. But just in the big game, when you zoom out and look at it all, like, I am way more accurate with that. And when you're throwing a bait that might cost you over $100 up against a lie down, you don't want to miss. And that's why it's important. So, with a bait caster, you get more precise control over that cast. And that is crucial for placing a glide bait right where you want it, especially if it's around cover. And one thing I do want to mention too, let's say you're throwing a 3-ounce bait. Let's say you find a combo where you can throw like a 4-ounce bait, a big resin bait, you're putting braid, because that would be the ideal situation, braid up against your finger while you load that up and then release it. Like, I don't see that being very comfortable overall. Bait casters in general are built to throw heavier lures, most bigger glides, anything that's over 2 ounces. It's just going to be more comfortable to both cast and to retrieve. Your hook set leverage changes too. You've got more direct power and leveraging on a bait caster. It's going to help when you need a solid hook set on a big fish at the end of a long cast. And I mentioned this earlier, but the gear ratios. Bait casters do have a wider range of gear ratios that can be suited for the way that you fish, either more slow for a more deliberate cadence, or if you want to, go a little bit faster so that you can articulate things, heavy chop and stuff. That's basically what I'm getting at. Is I genuinely think that if you wanted to just chuck and wind glides, I think you could do it with a small window of available glides on a spinning combo if you were just going to chuck and wind for that wide S movement, which is awesome. But I think if they're not vibing with that retrieve and you needed to chop it, I don't think you're going to get the right experience out of a spinning combo.
You mentioned something great, Bobby, and with using that thick line, what you have to understand is with a spinning setup, that is going to tear the fuck out of the tip of your finger. Yeah. Oh, yeah, dude. Yeah, constantly casting that.
Constantly casting that
sucker. It's going to tear it up.
Yep. So that's why, like, Kevin, I this is another thing that I want to do. It's like, I've talked about doing the bait finesse outing with Cheryl to like get her up to speed with her bait finesse gear and everything. Dude, let's go fishing. I'll teach you how to throw a bait caster. Do not take any rods. I got you. And you can blow up as many of my reels as you want. It's fine. I'm going to be honest with you. Like, let's fucking pull the cover off here. No, not even last year. I think my first cast when I was fishing with Todd, I think I fucking blew up a reel. Oh, no. My first cast, I fucking launched my baby A-rig out to Lake St. Clair, somewhere in the abyss. And then I think my next cast, I blew up and had a massive, like, what do you call it, backlash. But half of the battle is just realizing, number one, that's not the end of the world. and take a few minutes and get it done. You know, using heavier line on a bait caster, I find to be a little bit easier than picking out the finest of fine stuff. There are, you know, like I backlash all the time with bait finesse because the reel is so small and it just takes off. And sometimes I forget how light it is and I make a bomb cast. Shit like that happens. Yep. There's Todd reaffirming, launched an A-rig. He blew up his reel. And it's just like, it's just a part of it. Like it is the way it is. It's how you react with that. You know, I will say this, last year was the first year, maybe the second year in a row where I haven't had a spool that I cut off with a knife and re-spooled just because. Every other year before that, I've had at least one where I've blown it up that bad and I've been fishing. I was like, fuck it, we'll use this. Yeah. You know, something like that. And it's part of it. You know, backlashing is not the end of the world. It's just how do you get, you know, and really, I'll be honest with you, most of the time people backlash, it's when they change lures, you know, and they're like, they cut something off
and don't readjust.
They don't readjust the tension and all that shit. You know, like they make too big of a swing. So maybe instead of going from like, oh, I was throwing a 1/2 ounce, now it's a 3/8. Maybe they went from, I do this a lot.
That's a huge difference. You wouldn't think so, but when it comes to throwing a lure on a bait, that 3/8 to a 1/2 ounce is a big difference.
What if you've gone like I've done this in the past where I've gone from like a 3/4 ounce bait and I've swapped it out, you know, because the area was different to something about a quarter. It's even worse, you know, or I'll be pitching and I'll have like on my jig rod, this happens all the time. Like I will open up that tension knob significantly while I'm pitching. Yeah. Not even think about it and make a cast. And I'm like, you bitch. Like, so it's just, you got the technique. It's just one of those things. But I think that the benefits that you get out of it outweigh any of the challenges that are there. So Kevin, I invite you another day out on the implication. Do not bring any rods. We will not, I knock on wood, I am not going to break any rod tips in a van door or anything. He knows what I'm talking about. He knows 100% what I'm talking about. And we'll go and we'll put the focus on catching fish in, you know, using bait casters and get you learning that. Cause I think that if you want to start throwing glides and if you want to start throwing more conventional stuff, I think you'll get a better, and this doesn't make your other gear obsolete too. I should say that. Like it totally does not make your other gear obsolete. It means that now you can take one of those spinning rods and use it specifically for one task, you know, and say like, oh, this is going to have a drop shot rigged on it constantly. This one here, I'm going to use for like weightless soft plastics. You know, this one here, I'm going to use for Ned rigs, you know, and I think that if you so like, I would say, take that leap. Don't fear.
Come on over to the dark side, Kevin. Come on over.
I'll teach you. I will teach you. Maybe we should do a bait casting video together.
I know.
I think there was a guy I think I saw it on Instagram, and he was holding a reel. He's standing outside somewhere and he's like, I'm going to show you guys how to use a bait caster. And he goes and he winds up and he makes like a full on Major League Baseball pitch. And that bait caster goes into the woods he's gone. He's like,
you don't fucking need it.
You don't need it. You can put screws in with hammers if you want. You can. It's up to you. Yep. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So, yeah, I don't know. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk.
Sweet.
Jesus Christ.
Yep.
And then, you know, just up here, just to throw, like John Hagen's, like this gets into like the multi-species fishing and stuff like that. You know, Todd had mentioned earlier about a carp rod, and then John chimes in and he says, depends on the comfort and how well the reel balances on the rod, Todd. That's a big thing. He says a lot of my gear is on the bigger side. Penn Squadron and Prevail are awesome, but I use 10-footers on my bait casting setups, and I use a 9-foot Squadron with spinning reels for hybrid stripers. And Todd says, he goes, don't handicap yourself is what I'm picking up. That's exactly what it is. You know, Brandon chimes in and he asks a question. He's like, what size rod and length and reel for bass and pike? Bass gear. That's all you got to know. That's all you got to know, Brandon. Yep. Like, yeah. Whatever you would use. Like Sean the fisherman taught me about the joys of catching toothy fish without the fear of other stuff. Like my PB chain pickerel is 27 inches long, and I caught it on 4-pound test leader with I think it was an HH Customs micro koosh ball bladed jig. And it was an absolute tank. Like, you can catch these fish on light gear. You don't have to specify all of your stuff. Like, if you like a specific technique, you can go and do this. Is it going to work the best for that technique is really what it gets down to.
Yep.
Big bait rod suggestion is what you're looking for. So if you're looking for like big baits, we got to figure out what are we talking. Like if you're looking for a swim bait setup, I mean, swim bait rods, if you're looking for swim bait rods, those actions and powers from what I'm gathering might vary a little bit. Like they might say it's a medium heavy, but it's a medium heavy swim bait rod, versus on a bass rod. Like most of these things, the thing you really want to pay attention to is the lure weight rating. That's a big one. Mm-hmm. When you're talking about swim baits that have like a big thick jig hook, like the stuff you'd stroll along the bottom, like your Depths 250s and shit, soft plastic with that wedge tail type thing, you might need a little bit more muscle to get that hook in there because it's a big burly hook. But when you're talking about like glide baits and those are more in all over in the column, there you want to make sure that you have a little bit, more give. I tend to always lean toward a little bit more toward that moderate fast window when it comes to that. John says, I feel like 7.6 to 7.9 is best for muskie. And he says, I put together a rod with the aim of targeting cats in the 80-pound category. If you're out bass fishing, you typically don't have to run into that. But that's what I'm saying. Like, you could Frankenstein something together, and put it together, but it would not necessarily be the best suited for the job, is what I'm getting at.
Right.
Yeah. Man. Do it. It told you to do that video. Yeah, Brandon says told you to do that video. Fair enough, man. I gotta just get that done. It's so weird. Like I don't feel like I have the authority to be teaching anybody how to use a bait caster, but I've taught a couple of people how to use a bait caster.
Yeah,
and I need to just suck it up and do it and figure it out. Hey, maybe when that new Tatula shows up, maybe I'll set that sucker up. And we'll use that. Guy was amazing too. Like, don't touch the tension knobs; they come ready to go. Yep. Don't touch them. Everybody's like, man, this is so hard to adjust.
Don't do it.
It's ready to go. Mm-hmm. Adjust your brakes. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I think that's a really good idea, man. Joe, do you have anything you want to mention? Anything hot that people might want to look at AVT tackle?
AVF tackle. No, there's still a couple things coming down the pipe. The collectible section is going to roll here pretty soon. I have to like actually do those photos and stuff because they're collectible, so they're not really out there on the market. But so that'll be dropping. But just go on Facebook, follow us on Facebook, Instagram. We're going to continuously do product spotlights and when new stuff comes in, so you guys can see there, and you can sign up for, the email. We'll obviously be tossing out emails and stuff like that. So
I love that, man. That is good stuff. Good stuff. Oh man, what a good show. What an amazing show. This was one like for the record books. This one's I think it's easily going to hit the 4-hour mark, man. I don't think there's any other way around it, but you guys are here for it. We appreciate it. It is officially March. It came in like a lion, and the thaw is on. It is game on. So things are starting to open up here. It's going to be a good one. And things are about to get very, very fishy here in the Jigs and Bigs world. And I'm looking forward to it. The fact, Joe, that you're getting the boat out this week and prepping that's a sign right there. That is an absolute sign. I love it. You guys have yourselves a good one. We have another absolute heater of a show lined up for you 7 days from now, and you're not going to want to miss it. As always, make sure that you engage with us on social media. Leave some comments on the Spotify. If you're listening to the show and you got a question you want to ask, you want to chime in, give us a little bit of info. If you think we're idiots, let us know. We're never going to know if you don't tell us. I'm sure you'll have no problem telling us. You guys have yourself a great one. We'll see you in 7 days of more Jigs and Bigs goodness. Like we always say,
tits and ass, smoke some grass.